Hello everybody, dear colleagues and friends, I see familiar faces here. For those who don't know, my name is Jana Malicic. I'm usually secretary at the Food Technology Park Technology, but today in a role of conference of scholar implementations in the context of open science on this year we are here in the technology environment before you arrive here, usually we are in other, but this year we are changing a bit. It is my great pleasure to welcome our esteemed dean, our very Dragovic Zelac, who would like to address you shortly.
Thank you, Elena. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Faculty of Technology and Biotechnology, University of Zagreb, and my own, and I wish you a warm welcome to PUBMET conference. This year's conference holds special significance for our institution, as we proudly join as co-organizers of this outstanding event. We are deeply grateful to the organizing committee for the opportunity to contribute to a platform that continuously inspires, challenges, and shapes the future of scholarly communication. As a faculty dedicated to science, innovation, and the advancement of knowledge, we deeply future, we are committed to integrating these principles into our research, teaching, and outreach. And we know we are not alone in this process, in this mission. PubMed brings together a vibrant multidisciplinary community of researchers, librarians, multidisciplinary community of researchers, and all united by a shared goal to make science more open, more inclusive, and more impactful. We are proud to stand alongside our colleagues from other institutions, University of Zadar, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, School of Medicine, University of Rijeka, Faculty of Medicine, and Faculty of Health Studies. Dubrovnik University Hospital, Ruđer Bošković Institute, the Croatian Association for Scholarly Communication, and many other people and estimated institutions in supporting PubMed important session. Many discussion and exchange over the next 2 days spark new ideas, foster meaningful collaboration, and inspire lasting change. And finally, I wish you a successful and inspiring conference, but unfortunately, as the doctoral day is taking place at the same time, I have to apologize and I will have to leave you now, but once again, enjoy this conference and enjoy your time at our faculty, and I hope you will leave it with wonderful memories, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for great. Now I would like to address my dear associate, Professor Super from the University of Zagreb, Department of Information Science and Technology, who chairs the PubMed Program Committee, and she will tell us all about our outreach program this year.
I'm actually looking at Zoom because our vice rector should be here. He's currently connecting with another conference, but probably has some issues with connection. So I will just step in, and when he joins, he will tell you his words. So, dear participants, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you all in Zagreb, Croatia for the 12th PubMet conference. This is the second time that the conference is being held in Zagreb, and today we are hosted by the University of Zagreb Faculty for Technology and Biotechnology, as you already know, where I would like to specially thank to Jelena Vilicic, who you already met, and I'm sure many of you conversed with her during these last months, who is chairing our organizing committee and who also included students, volunteers, who are helping us today and tomorrow. So I would really like to extend our gratitude to our students. So please give them applause. Maybe they are still outside. What to expect from PubMet in Zagreb? For those of you who are regular at PubMet conferences, you will notice that we don't have our pre-conference day, which was usually packed with workshops. Our last year, we decided to introduce first PubMet Summer School, so instead of a yearly event, now we have 2 yearly events. Because last year's summer school in Zadar was such a success that we have decided to continue with it as a separate event. That is why we had our second successful summer school in June, beautiful Opatija. I know that some of you also attended that summer school, and I'm sure that we won't be able to avoid the third PubMet summer school. And in a blink of an eye, we are spread all over the year in Croatia. So we started to move around, and I think it's going to continue. Therefore, I would like to thank our co-organizers who are there from the day one. First of all, I would like to thank our founder, Professor Jadranka Stojanovski, and the Department of Information Sciences, now we are Information Sciences and Technology, from the University of Zadar, whose idea and tireless enthusiasm for the open science and scholarly communication kept us going for so long. And I would like to thank again our host, who is also represented by Iva Grabaric-Andonovski, who represented Croatian Association for Scholarly Communication. So I know most of you know Iva. Who doesn't, you will know her very soon. And during our 12 years, our co-organizers are, as I already said, Department of Information Sciences and Technology in Zadar, Ruđer Bošković Institute from Zagreb, University, and from the University of Zagreb, we also have School of Medicine and Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. We have University of Rijeka, Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Health Studies, and we have Dubrava University Hospital Zagreb. We are growing with our co-organizers because when people leave their work, they don't leave PubMet, and then they bring their own organization in. So you know what to do if you need to leave your place of work, you will never leave PubMet. In our 2 days, thanks to our program committee and my co-chair, Lea Škorić, we managed to secure 5 brilliant keynote speakers: Jadranka Stojanovski, Mihael Lapso, Livia Šuljar, Anna Nazarova, and Nervo Jacob. We have 8 sessions with 22 short talks, 10 posters, 2 roundtables, hopefully with lots of coffee to keep us going on. We organized a social dinner, 2 walking tours around Zagreb, and hopefully lots of fun. Yesterday, the weather was pretty bad, but now you see that we can see the sun, so the weather is going to be nice as well. So I would also like to thank our program committee for the reviews they gave to our submissions and to our authors, and who helped us create this wonderful and inspiring program this year. We wouldn't be able to achieve all this without all of you here and without our supporters and our sponsors. So let me list the sponsors that we have this year. We have platinum sponsors, MDPI, GEMS, SKS, Sage. We have gold sponsor EBSCO. We have silver sponsors, ACS Publications, Bentham Science, Walter Schuller, and we have bronze sponsors, Springer Nature, Emerald Publishing, and special sponsor Science Open, who collected our proceedings on the website, and you can also browse through the years of published proceedings. We would like to extend our special thanks to the Knowledge Rights 21 program from IFLA, who kindly sponsored the whole session in our program. Our supporters help us spread the word about the conference all over the place. Our special thanks goes to European Association of Science Editors, EASE, who is always there for us. Electronic Information for Libraries, AFL, who is always there for us. Operas, well, Open Air, and Spark Europe. Thank you for coming, and I wish you all an exciting conference, and once again, welcome to Zagreb at PubMet 2025. And now I can see that our vice rector, Professor Zvijedan Benesic, is there. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Finally, it's a little bit rush hours now and rush period of time. So, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers, organizers and guests, it's a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of the University of Zadar to the opening ceremony of the 12th International Conference PubMet 2025. And I have to say that for more than a decade, our university has the privilege to being the home of the PubMet, with one organizing in Zagreb and supporting its growth from a national initiative to an internationally recognized platform that brings together researchers, librarians, editors, publishers, and policymakers committed to the promotion of the open science. Over these years, PubMet has developed into a place where ideas are exchanged, collaborations emerge, and new approaches to scholarly communication are tested and shared. I'm very happy that for the last few years, I'm the part of this opening ceremony and these activities of the PubMet. The University of Zadar has long been committed to the values of openness, transparency, and accessibility in research, and we believe that science can only flourish when knowledge is freely shared, when research is conducted with integrity, and when innovation is fostered through collaboration across disciplines and borders. These are the principles of the PubMet has always exposed, and it's encouraging to see that this year's focus is on quality in science, a theme that resonates strongly with our vision for the future of research in higher education, and it's included in the number of the projects we are conducting in this time. Although this PubMet is taking place in Zagreb, the University of Zadar remains closely connected to this initiative, with our colleagues from Zadar participating in all of these activities. We are very proud of Origins and grateful to the dedicated colleagues who have driven it forward with so much energy in excellence, and I'm always very happy to share experience and to talk with them about PubMet, about all these activities related to the open science and activities. So University of Zadar wish organizers very success in ensuring this year's conference continues the tradition of high quality dialogue and inspiring contribution. On the behalf of the University of Zadar, I sincerely thank you for your commitment to open science, to organizers, to program committee, to all of you, and wish you fruitful discussions and look forward to the impact that PubMet 2025 will have. So thank you, and hope to see you all in physical next year, and we hope maybe again to come to Zadar. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Now I'm honored to present our faculty choir, who is composed of our devoted staff members of the faculty, and they will perform us two pieces. One is by our esteemed Croatian singer Gabi Novak, and One is Gaudiamus People Protocol, welcome all to this conference.
Sunset night, Antim samone noci. O jesam bijelila s tobom, sanjajući u veći. Pamtim samo sretne dane, pamtim samo ona jutra, koja bude naša tijela, zagrljena, a mrtva. Ja nisam kao ti, da pamtim samo zlo. Ja nisam kao ti, ne mogu to. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Samo sretne dane, svi su drugima glasan, samo onaj koji valja, lice je upisan, pamtim samo sretne dane, oko nas je. Da pamtim samo, ja nisam kao ti, ne mogu to. Academia, Send sing. Oh, thank you very much for this beautiful performance. And it is really, really moving and beautiful. For those of you who don't know, Gabby actually passed away this year and we were very devastated as a nation. So this is very, very beautiful. Okay, now we are ready for our official scientific part of our conference, and it is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jadranka Stoyanovsky. Even though all of you at least heard of her, read something, if there are students, at least my students read her work because she's not teaching anymore at our university. She is teaching as a guest professor, and she is still very, very active in lots of initiatives and projects. And I will only read, while they are preparing, only read few lines from her very, very deep biography. Jadranka Stoyanovsky, as I said, is a retired associate professor who previously taught at the University of Zadar, Department of Information Sciences. She has more than 20 years of professional experience, I would say 30 years of professional experience. 40. 50, so it's growing. Professional experience in designing open science, open access and open science infrastructure and services, organizing knowledge created by the creation research community. Previously, she worked as a head of library at the Ruđer Bošković Institute. Jadranka has an interdisciplinary background in physics and MA and PhD in information science, gained at the University of Zagreb. Jadranka's research interests are in the field of open scholarly communication, more specifically in the peer review and research assessment, new trends in scholarly publishing, ethical issues, and research data. She is also involved in continuous education and has taught numerous lectures and workshops for researchers, journal editors, and librarians. And she's currently working at 5 European projects and working in preparation of several more. So she is not retiring in any sense. Jadranka, the floor is yours.
Is this working? Yes. So can you hear me? Do I speak too loud? Oh, okay. So deciding on, first of all, welcome to PUBMET conference and welcome to Zagreb, my hometown. And I hope that we will have 2 wonderful days. And that my invited lecture, when you resign for your organizational duty, then they invite you as a invited lecturer. But I hope that this lecture will provoke many interesting discussions and many different opinions. So when we were deciding on this PUBMET conference, main theme, we came quite quickly to the concept of quality because it is so widely used and we could say widely overused. I will try in my presentation to decompose the general concept of quality in research and scholarly communication in order to prove how complex it is and how speaking about quality without being specific could be vital. The context of quality is especially important for research assessment. So very shortly, my agenda. So in the first part, I will speak about 5 quality matters. I will present the quality as a multidimensional concept. And in second part, I will speak about how it is judged now, evaluated nowadays, and how it should be judged. Thank you. So what is research about? It's just a short reminder, because when I asked my students several years ago, what do they think that, what is the main work of a researcher? So they replied that researchers write papers so they can be promoted and have bigger salary. So it makes sense from time to time to remember and remind ourselves of what is research about. So it is about contributing, of course, to the specific field or discipline with your knowledge, insights, theory, and understanding. It is about continuous development, not just of ourselves, but also of the community, research community we are part of. It's about acquiring new knowledge and skills continuously. Also, it is about supporting our research community by sharing our research, our outcomes, and research results, developing research infrastructure, policies, and building the research culture. And what researchers sometimes forget, it is about contributing to the society, making impact on societal well-being, quality of life, health, etc. Today, research quality and scholarly communication quality matter more than ever. The global situation in the world, we could describe it as quite complex and fragile, where we have politics which are polarized and fake news spread very quickly. By nourishing research quality and providing evidence-based conclusions, researchers ensure credibility and accountability, build trust in research, disseminate accurate and reliable knowledge, support scientific progress. Being able to recognize specific aspects of quality is also helping with hiring, promotion, and allocated funds. Nevertheless, the quality is not a single property, but it's quite complex and it's a combination of different factors. If we look at something much simpler, for example, shoes or boots, we will see that the quality of each type of shoes has different characteristics and depends on a number of factors. Primarily on the activities we are doing. So, for example, hiking shoes, some will prefer light shoes with the ankle is free, some will prefer high hiking shoes which strengthen the ankle, some will consider quality shoes to be those who are waterproof, they do not slip, etc. There are other quality criteria when we are going to high mountains covered with snow, ice, or we are climbing rocks. The same is true with ski boots, which are certainly depending on the type of skiing and will be different for downhill, cross-country skiing, backcountry skiing, touring. Or if we use special style of skiing, like for example, telegraph. However, the quality of ski boots will also depend on the type of skis we use, on our weight, height, and of course our sailing technique. Dance shoes will depend on the type of dance and the number of other factors, just like running shoes or the regular shoes we use every day. Could we agree that research and scholarly communication is more complex than shoes? It is right to say that someone's research is high or low quality because it was published in a high or low ranked journals measured by journal impact factor. Still, in the scientific community today, quality is measured mainly by various, or in worst cases, single proxy for quality, neglecting completely the context and the primary task of scientific work. Preparing this presentation, I tried to categorize the dimensions of quality in several groups. So I came up with 6 dimensions of quality. First is related to the research quality, and it's about intrinsic soundness of the research process. It reflects whether the study is well designed, methodologically rigorous, and ethically conducted. The second dimension is reporting quality. So this is when research is done, and researcher is usually writing a paper or reporting in some other way. And it's about the clarity, transparency, and completeness, of how research is reported. Third dimension is communication quality. How effective are research results disseminated and accessible, not only for academics, but also for non-academic audiences. Fourth dimension is related to publication and editorial quality. And it's about integrity and robustness of publishing process that validates and disseminates research. Then we have infrastructure and process quality, which results, methods, data, software, disclosure of limitation, etc. Publication and editorial quality, which is very relevant for journal editors. It's including fair and transparent review process and should have strong editorial policy, mentioning everything what needs to be mentioned. For example, Croatian editors are often forgotten to describe correction and detraction procedures. It's also about authorship. Should we move in today's research when the research results are produced by large groups of researchers, like huge collaborations? Should we move from the concept of authorship to the concept of contributorship, which should be much clearer? Of course, in publishing and editorial quality dimension, the openness is very relevant. Open access, rights and licensing, existence of persistent identifier, etc. And guidance for authors and reviewers. Of course, publishing timelines. Communication quality includes accessibility, primarily accessibility of research outputs. And I highlighted multilingual dimension because dominance of English language in scholarly communication, it's not so necessary. You should think about the audience we would like to reach. Infrastructure, yes, it's everything starts with fair principles of research data and metadata. And here we have also open, sustainable, and community-driven repositories. We are very much inclined, especially in Opera's community, to bring research back to the researchers from huge companies, publishing companies. So community ownership is quite important for us. If it cannot be realized quickly in the area of journal publishing or book publishing, then we can start with building infrastructure which will be owned by community. And cultural and ethical quality includes research integrity, equity, diversity, and inclusion principles, protection of academic freedom, and collaborative and open research culture. We can dig even deeper, and this is maybe a good example how complex is to define quality indicators for specific dimension of research. Here you have a very short presentation of Diamond Open Access Standard, DOS. And we were working, of course, it belongs to the group publication and editorial quality. So the whole consortia were working for 2 years to build a standard, including all indicators of quality for open access journals, especially Diamond Open Access Journal, and also self-assessment tool that help academic publishers to check the level of adherence to those for their journals. So it's only one small segment, but it's still a lot of work to define the context and all indicators of quality in this area. Here you can see a part of open science group, open policies, where we divided indicators on required and desired. So journal editors or publisher have to see what is really needed to be satisfied, and on which criteria they should work in the future. I already mentioned peer review process as an important part of publishing and editorial quality. But I need to mention that peer review also itself has two dimensions somehow. We can consider peer review as evaluation tool, and that's how, for example, journal editors are using peer review. But we can also evaluate peer review itself. And so peer review itself can be high quality or low quality. And we are quite familiar with peer review as evaluation tool. All of us know what is the purpose, which qualities are evaluated by peer reviewers. And we are very well aware that there are many challenges related to peer review, like inconsistency between reviewers, bias, lack of transparency, time burden, and reviewer fatigue. Also, we are somehow advocating for emergent practices like open and transparent peer review, post-publication review, and collaborative community review. But when we are speaking about evaluating peer review process, then we are at the very beginning. So maybe research on peer review, having peer review as a subject, it's last 10 years, I would say. And of course, we can evaluate peer review process according to transparency, fairness, constructiveness, efficiency. And it's not easy, and we should use different assessment mechanisms for that. Usually, if we want to do some research on peer review, we are using surveys of authors, reviewers, of editors and their experiences. We can also audit peer review process using code recommendation, DOS, or we can have journal audits. And we can use review quality instruments like P-score, etc. So how we move from quality to assessment? After we carefully define dimensions and indicators of quality, what kind of assessment do we have in place? So prevalent assessment criteria in use are based on quantitative metric indicators. So the shift to responsible use of metrics, it's really needed, especially in, I don't know how it's in your country, but especially in Croatia, the researchers are really assessed according to small set of criteria, indicators, and usually such metric indicators are wrongly used. And the most important is reputation of journal according to the journal impact factor, and a ranking of journal inside specific discipline. Of course, brand of the publisher and prestige of the publisher is also important, but not so much for journals, more for books. So we can consider different proxies for quality, and all of them are mostly based on publication counts and citation counts. And thank you, Melissa, I used your list from your presentation at Open Access Summit. So if we want to make a shift towards responsible use of metric indicators, I'm not speaking about exclusively about quantitative metric indicators. We need to use metric as support, not substitute for qualitative assessment. It's good. I'm not arguing that metric indicators are bad. For example, general impact factor is quite good for assessing clarity of the journal. But it's certainly not a good indicators of the quality of specific article which is published in certain journal. So if we want to be responsible, we should combine quantitative indicators and qualitative narrative evaluation of intrinsic quality of the work. Especially all initiatives are calling not to use journal level indicators to assess individual articles because it's not a good metrics. Speaking about citation, it's good to normalize citations according to the specific discipline because citation cultures vary significantly across disciplines. We could adjust our evaluation criteria for career stage, research conditions, and collaborative norms. For example, it would be really unfair to use age index for a career researcher. We should avoid one-size-fits-all thresholds and benchmarks, which is in our environment, we have good example of this. And we should recognize output beyond articles, data sets, software, policy brief, outreach, etc. There are different frameworks which can help us to make this shift towards responsible research assessment. I mentioned four of them: DORA, Declaration of Research Assessment, 2012, which is calling from the very beginning not to use journal-based metrics as surrogates for research quality. It applied a manifesto with 10 principles for responsible metrics. We have COARA from 2022, which is really devoted to make concrete and practical changes at the institution and the research community to adapt responsible research assessment. And we have Barcelona declarations, which is calling for use open infrastructures for transparent and auditable indicators. So DORA, it's really good place to look for different kind of recommendation guidance and recently they published in 2025, they published in May a practical guide to implement responsible research assessment. So if your institute dimensions of impact. So each of these boxes representing a certain kind of contribution and impact. Where on X we have what kind of expanding our audience, and on Y axis we have a scale of impact. So it's really good to see how different layers of impact can be easily defined. Also at Trinity College, they defined researcher impact framework, where you will see a lot of activities of the researcher and how such activities should be evaluated, which are not necessarily related to just to publishing research article data and software, but there are a lot of other activities which are not valued in today's system. Going beyond research integrity, so we are very familiar with classic forms of misconduct, like publication, falsification. But newer and emerging issues are here, with questionable journals, unfair competition. There is a lot of financial resources involved in publishing, so it's very interesting area for different players. So that's the main reason why questionable journals here in such a huge numbers. So we have data nails, misuse of AI tools, data manipulation, which is done in much sophisticated way using advanced tools, and social media, science communication ethics, which could be questionable. Speaking about open access, so we started open access initiatives in early 90s. And certainly after how many years? 30 years, there are some results visible, like wider global access to knowledge, which is free for readers, increased visibility, enable new models like repositories, preprints, diamond open access, and we did a step towards open science. But area of open access is in some ways all with high article processing charges and high commercialization of open access. So we have still inequalities, not in the access to the information, but now you need to have financial resources to publish. Device reward systems is still tied to journal prestige. We didn't fix integrity issues, and broader life cycle related to data code peer review remains quite fragmented. So open access principles will probably improve some of these disadvantages or issues which are still existing. Of course, diamond open access could be one way of eliminating the problems of questionable journals and some other issues. I will end with a shift towards responsible research assessment. Given that research assessment systems shape both research practices, culture, and scholarly communication, it is essential to move towards responsible research assessment. The criteria for assessment are set by researchers themselves, which means the power and the responsibility for change lies in our own hands. So by redefining assessment practices, we can foster healthier research cultures and evaluate the multiple dimensions of quality in a fair and meaningful way. I have already highlighted the need to move beyond narrow metric indicators and to recognize fuller range of contributions. And to illustrate this, think about your shoes. Would you accept big force to buy a single pair of shoes for 3,000 euros? Supposedly top quality shoes, and expected to wear them for any activity in your life? Of course not. So quality and contextual qualities should be contextual and multidimensional, just as it is research and research assessment. Thank you.
Okay, now we have time for a few questions, maybe comments for Jan talk. Okay.
Hi everyone, nice to see you here at my faculty, Iva Gabor-Chandalansky, we was mentioning in her talk. I wanted to ask you, although you already answered to this question, we are always talking for 30+ years about changes in research assessment, and we are usually thinking of the top to bottom approach, not bottom-up approach. So I would say that we don't see many changes because politics, governments, national policies are hard to change. But I'm not sure that we can easily change research community. As you said, the power is in our hands. So if every researcher should try to publish, for example, in recognized journals, and promote being part of this high APC income commercialization, and try to persuade their boards and their policymakers to make that change, we could have a change overnight, I would say. So how can we stimulate the research community to be more engaged, especially in countries like in Croatia, which is more traditionally based on on metrics and mainly on two major players who are publishing surveillance databases. Do you have any rest for us? Thank you.
Thank you, a great question as usually. So it's yes, in Croatia, when we are speaking about research assessment criteria, we are speaking about like some alien starship brought these criteria, and now we are forced to follow them and to adhere to them. So it's research assessment is built by our community, and not only in Croatia, but many research environments and regions, countries are having the same problem of focusing research assessment, quantitative criteria, and what is more problematic, wrong quantitative criteria. So I see here as a solution, discussion, raising awareness, and a lot of work is on us as science communicator, and also libraries. We should much more include libraries in this dialogue. So, because I think when we establish this dialogue and make this discussion loud, and we have a chance to change something. Another problem, if I may, very shortly, is that the present assessment system, which is deeply wrong, and we have this year a new, from this year new. I was not brave enough to read it, so, but I presume there are not many significant changes there. This assessment system is simple. So everything which I talk about is much more complicated. It's fair, it recognizes a whole range of researchers' value and activities, and not only skills for writing papers, but it's much more complex, and that's the challenge. So if we, I remember now when we are discussing Kennedy's, President Kennedy's speech from 1962, when he said at some university, I don't remember which one, we are landing to the moon, not because it's easy, because it's hard. So it's the same with a good research assessment system. It's not easy, but it's challenge, and it would be really nice to land on moon in research landscape.
Thank you. Thank you, Jadranka. I have to say that we waited for 12 years for Jadranka to step down from, not from the moon, but from organizing a program committee to be able to call her for her keynote. So I think we succeeded. And thank you, Jadranka, for this keynote. And I think it's a great transition to our next talk, where we are going to hear about research assessment at the European University of the Future, which is University of Rijeka. And I'm calling Professor Sasha Zelenica to present us, and the presentation is done with Professor Natasha Jakominic-Maro, but you're going to present yourself. Yeah. So, yes, you can stand there with the microphone.
Thanks. So, hello everyone. So, short, but I hope interesting presentation about what we are trying to do at the University of Rijeka, and show that maybe things can be at least steered in the right direction, if not move. So, for those of you that might not be familiar with us, still rather young university with a strong technological tradition in our region, but strongly oriented towards the future, and strongly oriented on our people, so teachers, researchers, students, and citizens at large. In this regard, we are always keenly aware of all the problems with the current publishing system and research assessment system. Natasha said a lot about it. Obviously, there is a lot of wasted research, a lot of reproducibility crisis, but what is especially worrying is that the negative effects, especially witnessed and seen on early career researchers, both in terms of their overburden and in terms of their mental health, and all the science in this regard would be part of the solution. But not only, we do have to reassess our research assessment system. Europe shows us the way, and obviously there are other strong influences as the development of artificial intelligence. So, not to just talk about it, but also to do something about it. What are we trying to do? Well, since 2010, we have implemented this in the first cohort of the European institution, the Human Resource Strategy for Researchers. In the meantime, we did a few cycles of these, and we have quite a structured system with very clear responsibilities and very clear implementation bodies on how to do it. This is all then summarized in our action plan concerning these activities. Concerning open science, in 2019, we have accepted deposit and intervention, so awareness raising and training. The outputs of these two projects are then revised, so after piloting the thing, seeing how they go on mutual learning exercises, a broad consultation with external stakeholders, we have revised both toolboxes, let's call them, so the research career framework, Insecure, and the research assessment framework. In Opus, again, very concrete actions and indicators on how to do things. So again, a broad spectrum, each organization can select those that can be applied in their particular setting and can be then implemented. We are also one of the early signatories of Koara. Unfortunately, up to today, the only ones in Croatia, over several other organizations are thinking about it or doing part of the work. Especially active in the working group of all academic research assessment and for early career researchers. Again, a broad consultation, broad surveys, literature search, and so on and so forth. It is shown that researchers, so bottom up, do want to reduce the importance of metrics and increase that of open science aspects. All those activities are then somehow framed in our Koala action plan. Again, a lot about open science, a lot about our activities concerning research assessment, how and what to do within the project, but also outside of them, so within the institution itself. One of the spin-offs, let's call them, of these activities is then also our Koala Boost project, open science collaboration for research careers, policy innovation, with our partners from the University of Cyprus. So one of the first three teaming project which was accepted. On one hand, since we had this experience helping our colleagues in Cyprus to develop their coordination plan, in their side, they have a very strong ERC chair in research on research, and we are then developing with them how to implement this department. These activities we have produced are Koala action plan development guidelines. They are available to anyone that would like to go this way, and also not the science collaboration plan. All these activities wouldn't be possible without our librarians, so a special thank you to them, not only for contributing to all this project, but also providing teaching cafes, activities especially dedicated to the career researchers, and our open science science outreach center, which also strongly contributed. Obviously, the strong foundation that we have in our national repositories with the University Computing Center and the activities that Anna herself has done have also strong positive impact. Again, science communication and outreach is very important in these activities, but also how to deal with new technologies, artificial intelligence. All this was found then, that the provisions of the new law on higher education allows for traditional institutional criteria for research assessment. These have been the accepted across Senate, the guidelines, and again, our emphasis in this regard is given on open science. We have tried to use the elements of open science also in the national criteria. The Records Council accepted this. The National Council is a little more reluctant, and we have contributed also to the new Croatian plan for open science. So instead of a conclusion, that definition science is global, it's open, researchers do most of the activities, but with the progress that we have heard from Natasha, together with our partners, we can do quite a lot on this. National support is crucial, but many things can be done also. Okay, so institutional level. So you can do things also institutionally if you have the support of the management. if you dedicate resources, if your process is participatory, so combining top down and bottom up, and involving researchers at all stages with special care for again hereditary researchers. Because at the end of the day, we do want to change the research culture, which is obviously the hardest thing to do. Or, as you all know, the price, we just would say, it's much more important to have again, knowledge than money, and the other guy says, okay, it's true, but you have to do it also. Thank you.
We have time for questions, but you have the mic. Let's check this one. Yes, there is a question.
Eva.
Yeah. Just how.
Yes.
You have, it's, mic is mainly for the online.
So, I would like to say that what you are great things. It's really great that you are taking part in the United States. But with the illustrators, if the over echo of that innovation. So I know that you are fine and that you are trying to be involved and part-time sharing. But what we will do more is, I don't know, to give more attention and we work more together on science integration. Do you have any help to that?
We just have to continue pushing the more the merrier, so the more of us pushing in the same direction with that. Again, you cannot, there was this Ivan Drubicic, which was trying to change some things, and he was saying that this is like pushing also mountain. You just keep pushing, won't move a lot, but again, or eventually if you cannot really move it, then just pick up your tongue to.
Thank you for the comment and question. Anyone else?
But does your work rely on like a few enthusiastic individuals?
At the university, do you have some teams working on it? Because it seems that the University of Zagreb needs to learn a lot from this. I was wondering what is crucial to have good people, to have good team, to have good leader, or all in combination. So
Yeah, combination, well, leadership is always crucial. But again, as you were saying, we need also bottom up learning, so that allow the researchers themselves time with regard that we do have a dedicated team, a very enthusiastic team, but again, it's look at the numbers, you will get discouraged very soon. So just again, keep pushing, again. But if you think about it, the current system took quite a while to establish itself. It came up with the development of the internet when it started digitizing everything, and then it was easy to count the citations and so forth. So it took 35 years for us to get here. So you cannot hope that again, you have to, again, but that time we did it by chance, just because again, a tool was there. This time we can do it right, so we need really evidence-based, we need to think it through and do it stepwise, but so that it's really, embedded into the system, not that it rains from sun. What is good, Europe is pushing very strongly in this direction, and again, many countries have gone quite far, so we can see their errors, they avoid their errors, but also what would they achieve. Netherlands, Norway, Finland, above.
Yes, such a very big question, so I'm always interested, because we have national criteria. In what extent is institution able to make a step forward from this national criteria? And for example, at University of Rijeka, is it possible that someone gets promoted without having all publications in open access? That's, for example, condition which is quite simple and not so expensive to reach.
Again, we have proposed, and it is in the proposal of the Rector's Council, that at least half of these publications have to be taken. This disappeared in the proposal of the National Council. I must say that I had the impression we did have a meeting with the head of the National Council and advised that not much understanding is there. But I didn't really grasp the reason for it. Is it just because it's easier, because it's established as it is? I'm not sure. But again, I didn't have the impression that they really understood the problem. Sorry to say.
Thank you, but keep pushing, right? Thank you once again. Our next talk is by Vanessa Perez, bringing more equity and inclusion to peer review with pre-review. Vanessa? Okay. Yeah. I'm very happy to be here today. So I am Miss Stokes. I'm head of community at Peer Review, and I'm going to talk a bit more about why we need to bring greater equity and inclusion to the peer review process, and how we go about doing that at Peer Review specifically in our community-led frequent review approach. So, as we've already discussed earlier this morning, the peer review system is under strain. It's inequitable and unsustainable. The pool of reviewers is very small. It's insufficient for the number of review requests that come in, which results in overburdened reviewers who, more often than not, do not receive any compensation or credit for the peer review work that they do, and sometimes don't provide very high quality peer reviews. The composition of the review pool is also homogeneous in many dimensions. So most reviewers are male, mid to late career researchers who are subjectively chosen by journal editors as experts within their field. And yet most have never received any formal training in conducting peer review. And moreover, when the gatekeepers of the global research system do not reflect the diversity of the researchers and research that they're overseeing, significant biases can emerge. So in this graph, this map of the world, this is done by publications that are in Scopus. So this is from using data from 2017, so it's a little bit out of date, but I think we can assume that probably the literature isn't that dramatically different nowadays. So as a result of these biases, valuable research may be overlooked or dismissed. And when these biases shape the criteria for what's considered valid or high quality science, it can skew the entire body of knowledge, limits the scope of what gets recognized as legitimate knowledge. So, what if we leverage preprints to build a more equitable and open peer review system? So this slide here, this kind of illustrates the traditional peer review process. So along the bottom there, you'll see what happens at most journals. An author submits a manuscript for peer review. It goes through peer review several times, so successfully or unsuccessfully, and it all happens in the dark. And it's not before the past several months or even years until the manuscript then reaches the public. And even then, it can still be behind the wall. So preprints allow for the early sharing of research outputs, and it all happens in the open. And importantly, it also opens up the doors to more constructive feedback at a point in time when changes can still be easily made to the research. We also know that there's a growing number of preprints published every year. So there's a big increase seen in the COVID pandemic, as I'm sure you're aware, and it became vitally important to get research out as quick as possible. But it's also continued, the trend has continued since then across many disciplines.
And although preprints were initially published just for getting research out as quickly as possible, it's also been quickly realised that this is a chance to individuals whose expertise is shaped by lived experience. Diversifying and broadening the review pool with the goal their contributions are recognised, valued, and empowered to drive systemic change. And our work to support this mission to bring greater equity and transparency into peer review comes into three main pillars. The central pillar is our open and collaborative infrastructure for participation in peer review. Alongside increasing diversity and bringing greater equity to peer review by providing training, particularly to early career researchers. And additionally, the third pillar of our work involves engaging researchers around the world collaboratively, whether this is in collaborative live reviews that we run together, preprint reviewing clubs, or also our annual champions program that we run. So the preprint review platform is interoperable. It's also preprint server agnostic. So we currently support over 30 preprint servers, and we're adding more regularly. So if anyone requests us to add a preprint server that's not currently supported, we can easily do that. Login is done via Orchid, and all peer reviews that are published are published on Zenodo, and they receive a DOI and a CC BY 4.0 license. So we work to lower the barriers to access for experts. As I mentioned, anyone with an Orchid ID can sign up, create an account, and can start reviewing to improve science. Reviewers can choose between using their public name or a unique private pseudonym that they're assigned when they create their account. So this allows us to address any privacy concerns, whilst also allowing us to enforce a code of conduct. Public reviews, so those who are using their public name, actually accounts for about 80% of the reviews that you see published. So although there are concerns about signing reviews with public names, that's not actually what we're seeing, particularly because then people can get credit for this work and add it to their Orchid profile. They can also select what information they want to share on their profile, including things like career stage, research interests, whether they're part of our Slack community, and languages they speak, for example. And we also provide different ways to author a review. So we provide some guidance for authoring reviews. So there's a basic template. You can copy and paste in a review that you've written elsewhere, perhaps collaboratively as part of a group. Or we have a series of structured questions that we developed with the community to guide someone through writing a review. All the reviews, as I said before, get a DOI via Zenodo, and this makes reviewer work more visible, citable, and credible. And we also work to connect reviewers with preprint authors. So preprint authors can request feedback on their preprints. They can do this at a time of submission on currently preprints.org/bioarchive and CRO preprints. And we want to expand this feature to more servers in future. And they can also come to the peer review website directly, copy and paste in the DOI of their preprint, and request feedback there. This also goes to our Slack community so that our members there are notified of this. On the peer review website, you can filter and search through review requests that come in by language or discipline. So if you're looking to give feedback to a particular piece of work, you can find that there. And also, after the review is published, there can be more dialogue. So authors can comment on reviews, perhaps add clarifying points, ask any questions, or just express appreciation for feedback. And other reviewers can also join the conversation. And all those comments also receive DOI, so this helps to build a more complete picture of the research evaluation process. And we do also work to combat inequities and honor all voices. So we provide open reviewer training for researchers across all career levels, with a specific focus on recognizing and mitigating personal bias within the peer review process. We seek and centralize community input and feedback on all our work. And we work with community members and partners to translate and make all of our resources available in other languages. We've just finished our first translation and localization campaign of our website into Spanish and Portuguese, and we're looking to expand this to more languages in future. And finally, I just want to highlight as well our open reviews training. So these are typically conducted in partnership with universities, journals, other institutions, and they can range from a 2-hour standalone workshop to a more in-depth 6-hour 3-part workshop, which accumulates in the opportunity to put these skills into practice in a collaborative review. It's tailored to specific audiences, so whether this is undergraduates or postgraduates, editors, experienced reviewers, and focuses on challenging the status quo, understanding and identifying personal bias, rooted within systems of oppression, and providing practice in providing clear and constructive feedback. Participants have the opportunity to receive credit for their participation in the course and can remain engaged with the review community to build on what they've learned in training. There's also some reviewer guides that we have. So there's an open reviews toolkit. It's all openly available, CC BY 4.0, so anyone can take this and use this at their own institution. We have a reviewer's guide, a bias reflection guide, and a review assessment rubric as part of that. They're currently in English and Spanish, but should be coming soon, and the languages again in the future. And then finally, we also run a champions program. So these are our champions on the right here. This year is currently in its second year, and here we train our dedicated community members to go on to train others within their local communities in participating in open peer review. And I'm just going to end on some numbers for you. I won't run through them all, but you can review them there of what we're doing so far. We're very much growing, and yeah, we hope that others will also collaborate with us. So if you are interested in hearing all follow review, or you are interested in running a workshop with us or anything like that, please do get in touch. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vanessa. We have time for a question and comment.
Yeah, thank you, but it's very interesting how we can engage more. I'm wondering, you mentioned 48-hour screening process. What does it imply? Like a technical screening or quality screening or?
I think that was on the slide about
Yes.
students generally. I think that's just in terms of when people post a preprint to a preprint server, there's often like a short period of time in which that's screened before it goes live. But compared to going through the typical journal process, when it can take months to do this, 48 hours is very quick.
No, it's very quick, but I was wondering, is it a technical screening or quality?
Honestly, it depends on the preprint service. That's not something we do at PUBMET.
Okay.
We just do the reviews of the preprints.
Okay.
And that will vary. It's not always 48 hours. It's just some preprint servers will have certain things that they check for, whether that's the metadata, whether it has certain things.
So it's not done by you?
It's
but
not
it's
done by us, it will be done by the different preprint servers, yeah.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there some kind of a vetting process for reviewers? Do you check your volunteers for review, for their competencies, their critical scope and so on?
Thank you for the question. We often get that question, and no. So we leave this up to people to come along who are interested in engaging and sign up. And as I've said, it's done by our audit, but we don't do any formal checks on their competencies, their qualifications. We want to broaden it out to whoever's interested. We do have code of conducts in place. If we see unprofessional reviews, we'll take them down. But we're trying to tackle the idea that expertise has to be judged by a certain person, that you have to be at a certain level. We believe that early career researchers have a lot to offer, even if they haven't got years of experience behind them. And we're also looking to engage groups like patient groups who may not have an academic background themselves, but have a lot of knowledge and lived experience that they can also provide feedback to certain topics. So we're working to kind of open that, kind of break down those barriers. It might be in future if we see a big abuse of that, then we'll take action. But at the moment, we haven't seen that, and actually we see really constructive, well thought out reviews published.
Thank you. So, again.
Now it is my great pleasure to call Irina Izarova, Professor Irina Izarova, who is going to talk about redefining academic publishing in Ukraine, national journal rankings for a European future. And the presentation was prepared together with Julia Hartmann. The floor is yours, Irina. Cheers. Everyone's business. My name is Irina Izarova and I'm from here today. I'm from the International University of Kyiv and I'm also I'm also a member of the European Association of Science Editors, and today we will discuss our few steps of our forum in Ukraine's academic system, specifically National Academic Journalist. Yeah, so I would like to start with the background of this reform. To understand it, we must just first imagine the landscape. Our national list of academic publishing titles is quite vast, containing almost 1,700 journals. However, this number can be misleading. Only a very small fraction, around 150 journals are indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, which is immediately highlights quite a significant gap in quality and international visibility. So the list's primary purpose is foundational. It serves for research assessment, for PhD candidates, publish their work to earn degrees, and for academics and for funding projects, mentors. However, the sheer volume and variable quality can become a significant concern. So, specifically issues of transparency and consistent peer review made it clear that the existing system established in 2018 was no longer sufficient. A comprehensive revision is not just needed, it's urgent for Ukraine. I remember personally this reform in 2018, that was the beginning of my editorial career. I was given a specific task to by the university, by our faculty administration, to update our in-house journal to meet new national requirements, and that was quite a challenging task, because for a national in-house journal like ours, journals mostly, this was a major challenge, the new requirements, including having editorial board members with publications indexed in Scopus and Web of Science, which were metrics we had never valued highly. Before, another significant problem was our limited connections with international community and professional communities. And all of this made my work very difficult. During this period, my own career growth, I co-founded the Ukrainian regional chapter of the European Association of Science Editors, and now I serve as a chair of the regional committee chapters, and I became just recently a council member, and I also held the university publishing center that supports nearly 100 journals. And I'm serving as a member of working groups for our ministry, but ironically, our journal, in-house journal, has remained the same. Situation that is fortunately beyond my control. But this example gives me a lot of thoughts and grounds for my proposal I would like to share with you. Our journals are quite resilient, but they need a real pathway how to integrate into European research area and to international community of journals. We can't just tell them to be better and to formulate some regulations. We have to give them the tools, and the most crucial, we must do this without forcing them down the path of high article processing charge or something specific requirements. I'm specifically honored to present this initiative and result
that have been just adopted by the Ukrainian government and where we were from East Ukraine deeply involved. And I use this opportunity to say, to express my gratitude to my colleagues. We asked about best experience in other countries and use this experience for appreciating our colleagues to support this initiative on the level of national government and to strengthen our national, non-commercial, institutional publishing landscape. High quality national scholarly publishing system. This is ongoing initiative of the Ministry of Education and Science, where I'm a member of the working group, and this is the first step of updating the regulatory framework for the national journals. We're in category R for the best higher level for journals indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. Even being skeptical for such an evaluation frames, that's for us quite a challenge just to skip this category. And the category B of journals, it's for national journals, and we recognize that while international database could serve to some extent as a mark of quality, they often prioritize international titles, while healthy academic ecosystem also needs regional and national journals for scholarly communication. Like for lawyers, for instance, it's quite an important and quite controversial initiative was about to limit the number of journals in category B. The idea is to calculate the number of publications needed to meet the demand from current ecosystem like PhD students and scholars. And while this proposal is incredibly complex to implement, there is quite a clear logic behind it. The current landscape is completely disproportional. There is an excessive number of journals in fields like economic, and for me, it's particularly disappointing as a legal scholar in law. So there's a minimal number in STEAM fields. This imbalance is not justified by national goals for scientific developments, and we have to. This initiative represents a deliberate attempts by the state to steer the national publishing landscape towards strategic prioritizing. Unethical publishing is quite challenging for Ukraine right now. I want to share one quite an interesting case where right now have due to recent collaboration with DOH, it was uncovered unethical practices with one predatory entity from the ministry recommended Ukrainian university institution, high educational institution, cease cooperation with them because previously it was considered like something something like a service for publication and matters by some universities administrations. It was discovered by DOI and shared with the industry. This situation arose because lack of knowledge and dissemination practices. So, in evolving the organization, in question has now filed a lawsuit against our Ministry of Education for issuing this recommendation. We will be monitoring this case and informs the international community about it. I would like also to pay attention to my very close to my heart thing. It's like new standards for editors and boards. We're developing Ukraine formal state standard for science editors that just recently will be announced. And I was one of the members of the committee who strongly insist on including criteria for being recognized peer reviewer for as qualification for such journals, because it's very important to recognize their contribution to all academic communities. One of most criticized thing from this reform is the commission for on publication and system journal evaluation. It's not very easy for such number of journals and editors to follow all these new requirements and rules and developments in the field of academic publishing. So we are thinking about about this commission like a very promotional body who will help and support these journals. But I would like to offer a critical perspective based on my experience, because purely national regulatory body can build can't build deep trust within the community. So I would recommend and our recommendation from Is Ukraine was to invest more in trainings and sharing best practices and knowledge for the community, so that could be much more beneficial for fostering growth and to focus more on constructive, not punishing approach to encourage such improvement. Education and trainings for journalists and editors and their staff, like peer reviewers, would be much less formal and would help to build capacity building communities and more opportunities, like it was with my own editorial experience. I want to bring it to this work on Ukrainian reform and to pursue it to switch from this approach of regulation to trainings and sharing knowledge. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank the organizer for such an amazing event and to invite all of you to join the coalition for supporting Ukrainian science. That was just recently launched by our Ministry of Education and Science. And I will be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Irina. We have time for questions, comments.
Yeah, thank you, Irina. Nice, very good initiative. Actually, we talked a lot about it among yourselves, but I was wondering, since you mentioned that you are working on the, I want to say, like a standard qualifications for journal editors. Does it mean or imply that you will have recognized editors as professionals working at academic institutions, for example? We don't have this in Croatia. So I'm one of the, I think, perhaps two professional journal editors in the academic environment in our country. or the only one, I'm saying. But just what you have some. So because all the work done in academic journals are usually done by volunteers, by people who are teaching or teaching the assistants. So and rarely you have someone who is doing this for living. Do you think that it could be good to develop not only the standards for qualifications, but also some placement for such professionals?
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, it's our aim and our mission, I would say, strategic goal. Because you are a very rare example of professional science editor. And in our community, we have more or less, for instance, in East Ukraine, we have 60%, there is no any scientific editor, and even such a term, science editor or scientific editor or scholarly editing, it's under the discussion. But I personally believe that there is a need right now to define such a profession and such qualification frames. We have to move this path because we, if you have your main affiliation as law professor, like me, for instance, I'm working as law professor and I'm working as an editor-in-chief of the journal. So I can only share this position. To confess, to some extent, I can contribute, but partly I would like to do my job as a good job. So I would like to switch and to obtain one of this position officially and to focus on this work because I have enormous pressure with professional trainings, with obligations, with monitoring all this happening in the journal and in the international community, and I want to be fully involved in that. So I believe there are a lot of people who want to step into this board and to move across the sea. And we have such an initiative supported by the government. And I hope we will be able to finalize this work very soon. We will share it, of course, very widely, and that would be a good example when we have a background, a professional background in some fields like social, humanities or STEAM, and we are also trained and qualified for working for such academic journals. I have an experience of working with in-house journals, university in-house journals, and I'm tired and I will not do that anymore to start training some of my colleagues, professors, and explaining what is peer review, how they should perform it, and why we're asking them actually about something like that. We have quite a conservative community, unfortunately. So this research assessment, quality, to switch to quality evaluation would be very, very hard to implement in my specific area. I'm absolutely sure, but we have to know that because I believe it's fair and that's an important thing.
Thank you. I feel your struggle with this sitting on several chairs, especially for in this editorial role. So I support it. I think it's a very nice system. I hope it will work. So thank you once again. So for our last talk, we have a poster presentation. So just to explain in one sentence, if you notice, we wanted to give some more visibility to poster presenters, so included poster presentation in our program, official program, not only one session for posters. So our first poster presenter is Jone Carlson, and his poster was done together with Elena Son, and he's going to tell you about their presentation.
You want to
Yes.
start here?
Yeah, sure. Okay, can you hear me okay? Yes, great. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the visibility. I'm Johnny Carlson from the Federation of Finnish Lab Societies. I work with open science. And citizen science, stakeholder engagement, participatory policy making. Right, this poster is based on an article now under review for Nordic perspectives on open science by me and Lena Swan, who is a PhD researcher in Academy University. And we examined the development process of the recommendation for citizen science, which is the first national level citizen science policy recommendation in Finland that included stakeholders in multiple phases of the development process. And so we were interested in how this engagement was carried out and how did it inform the policy content. And just a brief overview, there were 3 stages for engagement: a stakeholder survey that provided the first basis for the first draft of the recommendation, then a public round of comments to refine the first draft, and then a review by the steering group of the National Open Science Coordination in Finland that has representatives from all the key players in the Finnish research community to sort of give validation and to focus on implementation and commitment. And so what did we learn? Based on our research, participatory methods did inform the policy content. I have very limited time, so if you want to know how, I will be here until Friday. My partner is here also.
To check the posters during the coffee breaks, and I invite poster presenters to be there with the posters, with copies and whatever there is. I want to thank all of our presenters in this session for great talks and for the great start of our conference. And I would like to invite all of you for the coffee break. Thank you once again. It's a half an hour coffee break, so 11:30 we are back here to this zone.
Ne, ne, od sad crkva je nadalje pod ključem. Pod negdje drugo, ali da je pod ključem. Da. Znaš što se slika?
Ja, može samo ovo. Evo, Izve, a ne. Ja ti ne sve možeš u vas raditi.
A jer ovo može ostati ne treba? Ili ništa? Dobro, sad je sunce grafi. A, može da
Sad nema ništa. Da, svi sve. Evo, može ovako.
Okay.
For your attention to the second session of our conference session, will bring for useful insights from legal perspective, which I'm very honored to moderate. This is session 2, legal frameworks and rights in open science. Open science is the most front thread, and it could be aligned with legal regulation and standards of existing in our countries. And specifically in order to moderate this session and to thanks to for the whole session and the coffee break before, supported by program Knowledge Rights 21. This is a program offered by the Caveat Fund charity and is led jointly by IFL, Spark Europe and Liber. It works to bring about changes in legislation practices across Europe that will strengthen the right of all to access and apply knowledge for the benefit of research, science, and society at large. I would like to give this forward to our keynote lectures with the topic Open Science and the Legal Regime of Scholarly Publication. Anna Lazarni, please.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Anna Lazarova. I'm a copyright lawyer this is my background. And in the last couple of years, I started getting involved in the topic of open science, which has been a bit of a challenge for me. So today I will present to you the legal regime of secondary publications, mainly from a copyright perspective, and I really do hope that it will be interesting for you, not too technical, and I'm not going to bore you with legal details. Now, for this presentation, first I'm going to talk briefly about the legal background of scholarly publications that you will see. Then I'm going to talk about the secondary publication right. What is it legal nature, and what are the specific national solutions in this regard. And then I'm going to talk about the so-called secondary publication obligation, and also I'm going to do an overview of the national SPO regimes. Now, an important aspect of the European Union's policies in the field of digital technologies is the promotion of universal access to information and knowledge. First, let me make a disclaimer that there is an inherent ambiguity to the concept of so-called fifth freedom. Coming from a department that is very much involved in media policies and law, I can tell you that most of my colleagues think that the fifth freedom is the freedom of media. But for our purposes, a number of authors interpret the freedom of movement of knowledge also as the freedom of access to and circulation of research results. In his report from April 2024 on the future of the single market, Enrico Letta refers to the fifth freedom as the possibility of embedding the integration of research and innovation drivers at the heart of the single market, thereby creating an ecosystem in which the dissemination of knowledge fosters both economic viability and social progress and cultural enlightenment. For this purpose, Europe will need to modernize the way it regulates the creation, sharing, access to, and application of knowledge. And the discussion revolves around a single market for research, innovation, and technologies across the EU where knowledge circulates freely. Now, the concept of freedom of access to knowledge is particularly relevant with regard to publicly funded resources. Over the past 2 decades, the Union has developed various strategies to promote open access and has applied the so-called soft legal incentives aimed at opening up documents, data, scientific achievements to both the academic community and the broader public. In the field of research, the EU pursues open science policies on the basis of strategic documents, recommendations, programs, and policies of funding organizations. Despite the intensive development of open access policies, however, soft measures seem insufficient to ensure broad public access to the results of funded research. And according to the European Commission's European Research Area Policy Agenda for 2022 to 2024, one of the actions foreseen under the priority area, deepening a truly functioning internal market for knowledge, is the development of a research-appropriate legislative and regulatory framework that would allow free access to and reuse of publicly funded R&D results. In a detailed report of May 2024, commissioned by the European Commission and prepared by a group of researchers from several European universities, after examining the potential obstacles to creating a single market for research, innovation, and technologies across the EU, the conclusion was reached that the main barriers to unlocking access to scientific publication lie in the imbalance of the existing copyright framework. Now, why is this happening in practice? So, in order to enjoy protection under intellectual property law, a work must be the result of the creative efforts of the natural person. When a work of scholarly literature is fixed and sufficiently original within the meaning of copyright law, it automatically benefits from full protection. This protection arises directly in favor of the author, the individual researcher. Furthermore, since research activities are usually funded within the framework of employment contracts or project-based financing, the relevant institution, whether a research performing organization or a funding body, plays an important role in these relations. The publisher constitutes a third party in the scholarly publication ecosystem. The author must grant permission to use the work through its publication or another form of communication to the public. Such authorization is usually granted by means of an individual contract. This is the license, under which the author usually transfers the rights of use of the work to the publisher. So, unlike traditional creative industries, in the case of the production and communication of research, the entity commissioning, and I'm using the term commissioning very loosely because the research performing organization is not a commissioner to the researcher because of academic freedom. But let's say the university commissions the work and pays for it. These organizations fund research activity, and whether in the form of remuneration for labor or for a specific project deliverable, they pay the individual researcher to produce scholarly output. In traditional creative industries, in cases of commissioned work, the commissioning party is typically also the primary beneficiary of the resulting creative output, right? In the academic context, however, rights usually end up with the academic publisher, which is an entity that has no involvement in the funding or the conduct of the research itself. So what happens is that the protection that copyright and related rights indirectly provide to the publishing industry end up limiting the accessibility, free circulation, and reuse of research results, including data and academic publications. The licensing practices imposed by traditional model of scientific publishing generally do not allow broad accessibility of scientific publication, either among researchers themselves or less so among the wider public. As a result of these specificities, in recent years, some EU member states have taken certain self-initiative regarding the effective provision of access to scientific publication. They have introduced a form of a legislative hack, let's say, granting researchers the possibility to make their publicly funded publications available, notwithstanding the dominant commercial publishing model. The mechanism is the so-called secondary publication right, or you can see this as a secondary publishing right. And it's a legal tool that promotes open access in its green form. The mechanism serves a dual purpose. On the one hand, it protects the copyright of academic authors vis-a-vis scientific publishers in the context of a highly commercialized scholarly communication ecosystem. And on the other hand, there is a second strategic goal associated with the introduction of SPR, and this is the broad dissemination and access to research. Sorry. Okay, so Germany was the first country to introduce SPR in 2014. This mechanism guarantees the author's right to republish the results of publicly funded scientific research. It is regulated in paragraph 4 of Article 38 of the German Copyright Act. It grants the authors of certain scientific contributions the right to make them publicly accessible in the accepted manuscript version, 12 months after the first publication, provided that this is done for non-commercial purposes. The contribution must have been created in the context of research activity, at least half of which was publicly funded, and must have appeared in a collection published at least twice a year. And the provision explicitly applies even if the author has granted the publisher or editor an exclusive right of use. Then, chronologically, the second country to adopt SPR is Austria. The instrument was introduced in Article 37A of the Austrian Copyright Act in 2015. Similar to the German regulation, it gives the author of a scientific contribution the right to make the contribution publicly accessible in the accepted manuscript version, even if they have granted the publisher or editor usage rights. The contribution must be produced in the author's capacity of a member of the academic staff of a research institution, which is at least half funded from public sources, and published in a collection issued at least twice a year. The contribution may be republished 12 months after the first publication, provided that this is done for non-commercial purposes. Perhaps the most successful example of applying SPR is found in the Netherlands. The so-called PUBMET amendment was adopted in the Dutch Copyright Act also in 2015. Although it was inspired by the German provision, it introduces a much simpler legal regime and a broader right for the author. According to Article 25FA, the creator of a short scientific work whose research has been wholly or partially funded with Dutch public funds has the right to make that work available to the public free of charge after a reasonable period following the first publication, provided that the source of the first publication is clearly indicated. As you can see here, there is no requirement to publish a previous version. The author can republish the version of record, and also there is not a certain embargo period. The law says reasonable period. Then we have the provision in France in 2016. The French regulation on SPR is one of the rare cases where the regime is provided not in the copyright legislation, but in another act, namely the Code of Research. In France, according to this provision, when a scientific work resulting from research funded at least held by the state, local authorities, public institutions, national funding agencies, or the European Union, is published in a periodical appearing at least once a year, its author has the right to make available free of charge in an open format through digital means the final accepted version of the manuscript, either simultaneously with the publisher, if the publisher provides it free of charge by digital means, or if not, after a period beginning from the date of first publication. The French rule explicitly requires, in the case of authorship, to consent and co-authors for secondary publication. The next country to adopt SPR was Belgium in 2019. It should be noted that in Belgium, intellectual property law in general and copyright law in particular is regulated in the Belgian Code of Economic Law, not in a separate Copyright Act. So according to this article that I cannot really pronounce, the author of a scientific article resulting from research funded at least half the public resources retains the right to make a manuscript available to the public under open access after 12 months for the humanities and social sciences, and 6 months for other sciences, starting from the first publication in a periodical, provided that the source of the first publication is indicated. The provision allowed for the publishing contract to stipulate a shorter embargo period than the one laid down below. Next is my country, Bulgaria. SPR was introduced with the amendment of the Copyrighting Related Act in December 2023 in implementation of the Copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive. According to this amendment, the author of a work of scholarly literature created in the course of research, funded wholly or partly with public funds, retains the right to make this work or parts thereof publicly available in non-for-profit educational or scientific repositories after its acceptance for publication by the publisher, provided that the publisher is acknowledged. Any contractual provision restricting or excluding the right would be null and void. And then, finally, this is the most recent development. SPR was also introduced in Slovenia in May this year. By that time, by the way, Slovenia had already adopted a comprehensive framework for open science and already had a secondary publication obligation that we will discuss after this. SPR was introduced by additional paragraphs to the existing Article 41 of the Act, which originally regulated SPO. According to the new paragraphs, a research provider or researcher who does not individually manage the rights to results of publicly funded research may publish or make publicly available the results of research activity in an open access repository as soon as the research result is accepted for publication with due indication of the researcher and the source of the first publication. According to paragraph 7, contractual clauses contradicting these provisions are null and void as well. Okay. So from this brief overview of existing legislative solutions at national level, several conclusions can be drawn. First, it has relatively broad coverage within the European scholarly publishing market. This means we are not dealing with isolated cases of, let's call it, rebellion against legacy models of scholarly communication, but rather with a consistent trend among Europe's largest producers of research output. Of course, I don't mean Bulgaria, but France, the Netherlands, Germany, Austria, and so on. Secondly, the holder, let's say, of SPR is always the author of work of scholarly literature. Except in a more complicated provision in Slovenia, the holder of the main character, let's say, in this provision is not the research performing organization for the research funding organization, it's the individual researcher, the author. Also, SPR always applies automatically. No action or declaration of intent is required on the part of the author in order to, for them to retain their rights of secondary publication. It happens by law. Lastly, SPR applies irrespective of the author's contractual arrangements. This is the goal with the primary publisher. Moreover, any contractual provisions that contradict the regime are invalid or unenforceable. The consequences usually provided for in case of circumvention of the provision is nullity. However, the approaches of countries, you see that the approaches differ greatly. National legal solutions vary in terms of their material scope, which means the type or the volume of works eligible for secondary publication, the version of the publication that may be republished in parallel, for instance, the accepted manuscript versus version of record, the embargo period that must elapse before secondary publication is permitted, and so on. However, the fragmentation of SPR regimes raises the question of the need for harmonization of this tool at the EU level. It should be also noted that over the past decade, national solutions have tended to become more general, simplified, and technology neutral. While the first countries to introduce SPR, such as Germany and Austria, tied it to a number of conditions and restrictions, applying it, for example, only to certain types of works, published in strictly defined outlets, only in non-final versions, requiring a specific number, minimum percentage of public funding, and so on. Each subsequent national solution has relaxed some of these requirements. In the latest legislative solutions, the only conditions for applying the mechanism is that the results from the research were publicly funded wholly or in part. Now, next, there are also countries where legal solutions, I mean legislative solutions, solutions in law, qualified by some commentators as a form of SPR, are in fact not exactly rights in the sense of SPR, but more obligations. This is typically the case where the issues of access to publicly funded research results is addressed by legislation in the field of research. The so-called secondary publication obligation imposes on recipients of public funding, on recipients of public funding, is regarded by some advocates of open access as a more consistent approach to achieving the goals of knowledge dissemination and protection of the public interest than SPR. The first EU country to impose an explicit obligation for secondary publication as early as 2011 was Spain. According to the Spanish solution, public agents of the Spanish system of science, technology, and innovation are obligated to promote the dissemination of the results of scientific, technological, and innovation activities, as well as the results of research. I'm not going to read the whole provision because it's long. In short, the republication of publicly funded research is a collective effort involving, firstly, the public agents who promote open science, secondly, the research staff in the public sector, or those mainly publicly funded, who deposit works and data in repositories, and thirdly, repositories themselves who make the resources freely available to society. Now, it should be acknowledged, however, that this scheme did not resolve, did not completely resolve the so-called publication dilemma of academic authors, because it was not combined with the corresponding right for them to republish their work. Moreover, in 2022, some parts of this provision were repealed. So at the moment, there's a certain legal uncertainty as to whether the deposited copy will in fact be freely accessible or not of the research. Because I don't have much time, I will just go briefly through all the solutions, and then after the panel, we can discuss it in more detail. So very briefly, there is also a secondary publication obligation in Germany, just for one of the states, which unfortunately is not very well implemented because with its inception, it was legally challenged. And now there is a pending case before the Constitutional Court if this secondary publication obligation was legally imposed or not. We have a sort of a SPO in Italy, although it's in a very soft form. We of course have a very, very detailed regime of secondary publication obligation in Slovenia from 2023. And lastly, last year in Bulgaria, we had a entirely new research law that introduced a secondary publication obligation for Bulgarian authors of academic literature. Now, just to wrap up, the obligation, rather than the right to republish, imposed on recipients of public funding, is considered by some advocates of open access to be the more consistent approach, as we said, to achieving open access to scientific publications. And there are a lot of stakeholders that prefer secondary publication obligation to the secondary publishing right. However, in cases where national legislation provide for a republication obligation within the legal framework of research activities without taking into account the reality of licensing relationships between academic authors and commercial publishers, SPO on its own is not a very sustainable solution, since an obligation on the author to republish without a mechanism allowing them to retain the necessary rights, risks for the author to breach their agreement with the contractual agreement with the publisher, and actually puts the burden of the whole mechanism on the shoulders of the economically weakest party in the whole process. And in this regard, either the obligation should be assumed by research institutions rather than by individual authors, or the author should be supported by an existing SPR mechanism. And this is my final point. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
It was extremely interesting topic and I'm excited to discover so many useful things. Because we're lawyers are very conservative and we can't be limits for open science, but I hope we will step forward. Yeah, we have a few minutes for questions and answers.
Hello. We have several countries in Europe that have these legal pre-requirements for, let's say, 10 or more years. I'm interested in, did the authors actually exercise those rights in these 10 years period? Do you have any data on that?
Thank you for this question, a very interesting question. Well, I don't have the exact data, but in some of these countries, I know that the regime isn't applied at all. And in other countries, there's a very good implementation of the regime. As I said, the Netherlands are a very good example And this is because the whole regime is supported by institutional policies. In case of the Netherlands, they have an agreement between universities. They have a program, called You Share, We Take Care. And basically the Dutch universities proactively discover new publications of their affiliating scientists and upload them within a certain time period. And then they also have a common fund in case of legal action taken against the authors. So authors are, first of all, not required to be proactive in implementing this regime because, let's face it, individual authors are not always very well informed of their rights and obligations. And second of all, they have the support, the institutional support, so they have universities at their back. And this is something that we are struggling in Bulgaria currently as well, because we have this great regime, we have both the secondary publishing right and the secondary publishing obligation. It's a very holistic approach legally, but then most of the institutions don't have the policies to support this, and we are now working to develop that, because individual researchers are not very well aware of this regime and are not aware how to take how to enjoy it. The advantage from the yes, it's true. It's also very similar to all background and ecosystem in Ukraine. Any other questions? Thank you very much from the whole audience. I believe it's a very, very interesting topic. We have widely more. For the first short talk, I would like to invite Mario Bobekariacic. Barriers and enablers for open science in Slovenia corporate law. Thank you very much for the opportunity to continue with some more legal stuff. Let's make it more interesting. Lawyers, we are always very enthusiastic to speak about all these particularities. And in the field of open science, yes, copyright can be a problematic tool to entrap publications, but with the same tool, we can also open up access and reuse to publications. So I'm going to speak a little bit about that. Before I'm going to speak about how we can open up, or maybe colleagues after me will continue about that, I will shortly present, and I'm looking to a person who is going to be a policeman at the time. Yes, about the study that we conducted at the Open Data and Intellectual Property Institute. That's the institute where I come from, non-profit private institution, specialized in copyright, but broader for IP as well, and lately open data and data governance for AI. So it's great to make this presentation after the presentation that Anna prepared, because she already explained some basics. And so I'm going, and also she mentioned a really important study that was conducted with support of EU Commission to identify barriers to open access and reuse, and also talked about how to diminish those barriers. This study, supported by Knowledge Rights 21 and conducted by researchers from my institute, but also two colleagues, one from Italy and one from Croatia, I'll mention them later, goes a little bit further or in different direction. The study identifies barriers to open science in the national copyright law. So the big study, the long study, analyzed barriers or obstacles to improve access and reuse on European level
for all the lawyers and non-lawyers, 1,000 pages of exciting read, not really, but some useful stuff. And this study, much shorter, focused on the barriers that exist in national copyright law. Because copyright laws in European Union, although we have many directives, they are still not harmonized. And they are very, very different. And so if you want from lawyers a simple recipe, how to apply all this stuff across Europe, no, it's impossible. You need to know the general instructions, yes, but then you need to know and understand the national law. So this study was designed with also one goal on our mind. The copyright law can present incentive to create knowledge and disseminate knowledge, but it also can present a huge barrier. The whole open science talks about how to diminish the barriers, how to open up and enable better access and dissemination. And the copyright law can really be a huge problem. And when the legislation on the European level is done, usually the last stakeholders that they think about are researchers. Maybe now this will change, but in the past it was about commercial business, about market, and at the end, when legislation was already passed, we started to realize, oh my God, so many barriers for university repositories, or oh my God, so many obligations for research. So, and in the past, researchers started to be alert about copyright changes. But then with open science, the attention of researchers moved back to a special sandbox called open sciences that depend not on copyright law, but on licenses. This happened in Slovenia during the copyright reform or after the copyright reform. Researchers really got organized. They paid a lot of attention, but then with a lot of money going into the support of open science, that attention was there almost exclusively on open science. So this study that talks about barriers for open science in copyright law has two goals. First, to explain to everyone, listen, we still need to take care about copyright law to really make the open science efficient and to attract attention of researchers and scientists back also when into the process of changes of copyright law. That's like small internal goal that I had on my mind when I proposed this study to Knowledge Rights 21, who supported the study. So the study is published in Zenodo. This is the scan, but this is the code. You can access the study. And also after every presentation that I make everywhere, I post a news about presentations. So if you go to odp.si or the EP, it's already there. The news about this short draft with including this presentation. So now just relax and listen to me. I only have 5 more minutes on my own. So myself, Mark Bauer, and Laura are researchers from my institute. The national researcher from Italy is Deborah De Angelis, and the national researcher from Croatia is Professor Dr. Tihomir Katovic, who is also will come around at least to have coffee with me. So the objectives of the study, as I told you, were basically to identify obstacles to open science in copyright law. So Europe and national countries invest a lot of money and energy to make open science efficient, and then the old copyright law makes barriers even for that. So the study was to show the emperor is naked, which are these barriers that exist in national law. But of course, we also wanted to talk about enablers, about incentives to talk to copyright law as well. So at my institute, we prepared a very delicate, very comprehensive questionnaire that serves to be applied in other countries as well. And so we designed this questionnaire, we used it, we made an analysis of Slovenian law, and our colleagues from Italy and Croatia use that to analyze their legal order. So all lawyers in the room, Anna and Irina, you're welcome to join. I hope that is going to be the next step of this. The aim is to include traditional countries. So my presentation here is just about the identified barriers and incentives in Slovenian legal order. The jurisdictions that we analyzed is, of course, Copyright Act, but also special legislation that has some specific provisions for open science, which I will mention in more detail when I will make presentation poster. So I will not go into, I will not talk about this now. So what is barrier? Barrier is an obstacle. You want to do something, but then something stops you. And the study is about copyright barrier in the copyright law. And enablers are, great things that happen to make certain concept, policy, strategy more efficient. And now some more legalistic things. So the barriers that we identified in Slovenian copyright law, there are many. I grouped them. So one barrier would be specific provisions that demand that compound works or co-authored works are met, the rights on those works are managed with consensus. So you have a group of co-authors and 4 of them, they want to do open access and the 5th not. That's a barrier. So that would be one type of a barrier. The second group, and there are many in our laws and also in the laws of Italy and Croatia, are the provisions that demand special unwaivable remuneration for certain uses. So that the remuneration that author cannot waive away. This is a special institute that usually protects authors. So when the big publishers come or movie producers come, authors get a deal on the table, take it or leave it. They need to sign it, but this unwaivability of rights protects author that they get additional remuneration, for example, for cable retransmission or something like that. Well, when you enter open science, this is a problem because the collective management organizations then come and start collecting from repositories. And then special requirements to specific separate transfer of rights. So authors again can sign contract, transfer all rights, but there are certain provisions in the law that say, well, for those rights, you need specific provision in the contract and license. And suddenly Creative Commons licenses are not efficient anymore. And then that's very Slovenian particularity, but I think it's Croatian law as well. The requirement for special consent of the author for subsequent transfer. So me and Irina, we conclude contract. I gave her all the rights, allow her everything, but then I don't give special permission that she does the subsequent transfer. So she cannot actually put my work that she has all the rights of online under Creative Commons license. And then requirement of formality. It's again, this is protection for authors. It needs to be written contract. But in open science, when 99% of things are digital, this can be a problem. And then a very particular thing, presumption of publisher's priority right. You strike the first contract, for example, for printing books, and then the publisher has a priority right for ebook. So this can be also very problematic. And this all, I did this very quickly, not to put too much burden on you. Everything is on the website explained in more detail, also with this PowerPoint presentation, and I'll be around available for questions. And it's in detail explained in the study, so take a look, come back with questions. But then we wanted to find also, I want to talk about specific provision. We share that with Croatia that works as an enabler and as a barrier. And this is presumption that somebody who is in a relationship with somebody who is employed at factory, but the same provision applies for university. it's presumption that for 10 years, material copyright rights are transferred to the employer. And I looked to Ignacy because he was the first one who said to me, well, this is also enabler. It's not always the barrier. But in fact, if somebody is employed and work under the scope of employment, there is presumption that these rights are transferred to the employer. In certain cases, this can happen also for academic professors at university, for researchers. So in fact, researchers do not have right to use Creative Commons licenses. So in this case, if researcher is conservative and institution progressive, then institution can do that. But in case it's not, then researchers cannot do anything. So we talked about this as well. And we tried to identify, we worked really hard to identify enablers, incentives in copyright law. Well, only the recent change of our copyright law with the text and data mining exception, there is a flavor of enabler in provision that that gives opportunity to share the TDM results. But otherwise, in Slovenia, we need to find enablers and incentives outside of the copyright law. Our copyright office, working under the Ministry of Commerce, it's extremely conservative, does not allow to introduce any rights retention, or as Anna calls this institute, secondary publication obligation in our law. Nothing. And also secondary publication right is outside of copyright. It's in a specific law for science, because our copyright office under the Ministry of Commerce would not allow for it. On the other hand, we have extremely forward-thinking Ministry of Science who put open science on the agenda already in 2015 and already started some top-down legislative solutions in the law, first to top-down require rights retention or secondary publication obligation, and with the new change also secondary publication rights. I will talk about that when I will introduce the posters. So conclusions of the studies are the following. First, copyright laws across Slovenia and Italy and Croatia still impose a lot of barriers to open science. So even if you put open science in a or scientists and researchers in a special sandbox for open science, copyright still present an obstacle to open science itself. So we need to do more regulation to give more incentives on this. Secondly, it studies exactly about this. It highlights the disconnection about huge high words about importance of open science on one hand, and then still existence of these barriers on the other. So it still needs to be, a lot needs to be done. And consequently, it suggests a rapid reform of copyright laws, ideally on pan-European with harmonizational measures, but some things really needs to be done. And of course, we submitted this study to the ERA consultation that ended yesterday. And in the future, what we want to do, and I hope Knowledge Rights 21 will support, to expand this study to other jurisdictions. I'm looking at you, lawyers. We already had conversation with Anna, but to expand this and make a proof that differences in copyright law are problems also for open science. So this is it. For more information, some talking sign here, so the code doesn't work. But check this website. Go to the website, and among the news, you will find also short news about this talk with more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's exciting. Short, very relevant topic we faced with that just recently by introducing national repository and the university repository, and I was amazed seeing so many similar examples. We will definitely join the study, and the next topic is
related to repository-related challenges in supporting secondary publication rights and rights retention. From the very group, will be speaking.
Yes.
Yeah, Ignacio Lopez-Tinapan, that's the right, the floor was.
Okay. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Croatia in my Catalan National Day because we always match the same day. So having the National Day here in Croatia is fantastic. For being a holiday today, so it's a holiday to be here sharing this presentation with you. And this is a presentation made by a group of people. Eva is here also. That we conducted some studies in a very similar topic, and in fact, I will continue what Maya just left in the last slides, because we're going to discuss now another way to reach open access. Because I think at the end, we were discussing the other day, we are discussing a lot about the tools, but we sometimes forget the goal. The final goal is to have everything open access, and I will also have a slide for you, Leah, for your question, because this is a question. We have tools, but are they being used? Are the researchers being used? So here we made these studies on the also framework of CARE 21. At the bottom, we said we want to accelerate the uptake of author right retention activities and open access in Europe. So that was one of the many things that CARE 21 is doing. And we did two phases of the project. Why we did these things about right retention? Well, on one hand, there is some funders that are asking researchers to retain rights. And as Anna just mentioned, sometimes the secondary publishing rights are not enough. Because, for instance, if you get funded by the European Commission, you need to publish without embargo the reviewed paper under a CC BY. So for these funders, they said, okay, do something different, use another tool, retain your rights. I will take also what Maya just mentioned about who owns those rights. Because what we have seen in these last years doing these projects, not the interpretation of this provision in the copyright law is not the same in each country. So in some countries, the exploitation rights belong to the authors, but in some countries that you just mentioned, well, these rights could belong to the organizations, to the institutions. And this is something that we just have seen during these years. Also, this is not something that is new, even it seems that, well, we're discussing that because of the Horizon Europe, etc. Well, in 2008, Harvard approved an open access policy stating that the authors granted to Harvard the right to place in a repository a copy of any paper and allow non-commercial reuse. So that's something that was there, that again, we need to check how much has been used, but it's something that is not new. So what we did in the last year, especially by conducted by Expert Europe, is first analyze, do a research, analyze what is this so-called right retention policies, and not just in the view of the funders, but also the institution. What we saw at the beginning of the project is that in some countries, the United Kingdom, there were some institutions starting to have policies that state that the institutions keep the right to place a copy of a peer review paper in a repository and make it available. Okay, so we showcase this progress with the different institutional policies, and we start to explain what is the this tool. On the second phase of the project, and that's the one I want to share some examples later on, we conducted a study analyzing the different countries. We did 10 cases And I will just highlight a few of them. And of course, I'm not going to highlight, just mention Bulgaria and Slovenia because it has already said. But also, and I will end with that, we thought that the best way to discuss and continue with the right retention, even the project now has ended, is to build a community of practice. And that's what we have done, and I will explain at the end of the short presentation what we are doing and what we want to do during the next years. Because even the project has ended, I think the most important is to build this community and to discuss among us and to see errors, failures, successes, etc., and approaches on doing right retention policies. So, what we understand as right retention? So, this right retention is the action to retain sufficient rights for academic work to enable them to be openly accessible. So, it's not just public accessible, it's open. So, it means reusable. So, we want that the academic works are available not only for public, as in many SPR, but also for reusability. So it means by means of a license, probably a SSC license. And when we talk about institutional right retention, is this institution adopting a policy? Because it has already mentioned that the authors are the weak part of all this ecosystem, and the authors need the support of the institution. So if the institutions backs these actions, the authors will be more, let's say, secure in this discussion, as I mentioned what they are doing in the Netherlands. Moreover, I always like to remember that when you get funded by the European Commission by means of a project, it's not you, the one who receives the money, it's your institution. So your institution is the responsible for complying with the contractual agreements. One of them, public availability in a repository with the TCB-Y. We have studied a lot of policies that are in place now, but of course, especially in the UK, as I will mention in a moment. And again, as Anna was doing the similar analysis of the different SPR, there are a lot of nuances, there are some differences because again, there is different scopes. Some policies have not the same coverage of academic works. Of course, there is the different approaches. Is the institution, is the author who gives to the institution the rights. So they have also policies where you can opt out on these policies for right retention. And who is the author that is covered? It's all the researchers from PhD students to full professors, or it's only the permanent researchers, and of course also the question of the licenses, how you open this. So this is the different approaches that a right retention policy may take. So just to share with you what we have seen in different countries and to just highlight some of the things that for us were more important. Of course, we have Bulgaria, as I said, and we have Slovenia, so I'm not going to talk about that. But I would like to start with United Kingdom, because United Kingdom probably is the country where there are more institutional policies on right retention. Probably the most known is the one from the University of Edinburgh, because they started many years ago. Probably they were one of the pioneers. And after them, probably the second one was Cambridge. So big institutions where they make this movement, and of course it's important to see how the publishers are reacting. What they say is that there has not been any dispute, but we must also confess that the number of publications that has applied or has called for this policy is just a few, because these institutions have already a lot of means to make publications open access. They have transformative agreements, they have agreements of open access for publishers, etc. So, in fact, the percentage is just small. I must say that what they do is to inform the publishers, and what I'm happy to tell you is that as University of Barcelona, we have received one of these letters telling us that the University of Manchester has a policy on that, and our journals will be covered by the policy of this university. So what we have seen in the discussion with the colleagues in the United Kingdom is the importance of working together. Here there was an interview with the NH, the universities in the north of the United Kingdom, and what they really focused on the discussion was the importance of not being alone. So what they did in Edinburgh, what they did in Cambridge was great, but these not so big universities prefer to work together and to build these strategies together. So this is something that I think you can take it as a recommendation. In Norway, there is the second country where we could say there are also many right retention policies. And what they were saying is that with these policies, they are reaching this 96%. And they claim that the right retention has been instrumental to reach something like 10–15% of the researchers that they didn't have any other route. Because again, we don't need to forget the final goal. It's not that we all need to do one or the other. We can use any route that is available to us. And this is the importance, to have diversity of routes to the goal, to have open access. I want to put here France, because answering to Leah's question, this is a country where we're discussing with the national coordinator in France, where they have a provision, Anna already mentioned, but there has not been implemented somehow for the researchers. Probably the researchers sometimes are skeptical about copyright, they are with fear of copyright, and they don't have the support from the institutions. In the Netherlands, as you already shared, they have another approach from the institutions. So even in France, where they have a huge national repository, there is not really a claim that I'm using this secondary provisional right to disseminate this openly or publicly. Serbia, I put here Serbia, because we have reached somewhere here, and we had this discussion also on, and I think I wanted to put here also because this similarity on what Maya just said about the institution holding exploitation rights over the outputs. So this is an example of where the country already says in the copyright law that the institution has the right. So probably in this place, the institutions could do a move. All the right to retention policies do not need a change in the legislation. But of course, they need to make a brave movement, because you confront the policies of the publishers. If you say, no, I don't want to give you the full copyright, then you, of course, you put in risk somehow the publication, because the publication may say, well, look for another place. What the British are keeping saying is that, well, we don't have any claim, we don't have any dispute, and they keep doing. They inform and they keep doing. Well, to learn from this, from what our colleagues are doing around the world, or at least around Europe by the moment, we built this European right retention community of practice. And we have been doing, during all this year, some meetings discussing and bringing examples from different countries, from different universities, on the idea to accelerate these policies, to support and the colleagues, and to reduce all the burden of having this advocacy policy and support, to support individuals, to support institutions, and to empower the stakeholders to navigate through all this framework of the right retention. What we have identified in these 4 meetings is that, well, we need to address the resource of limitations and to share solutions and the knowledge, to motivate legal departments. Sometimes when you go to your legal department institution, they are so busy in many things. So this is not one of the topics that they are really willing to work with. to raise awareness among the outflows, especially in places where you already have a policy, or even in places where you have policies and law that could help. Use this collective action. Of course, if there were a lot of institutions telling the publishers, we will do that. At the end, the publishers need you to publish. They need us, they need the authors to publish, so they cannot say, no, I'm not going to publish. And of course, it's a place where we can discuss. There is a mailing list, you can subscribe. I can announce that on the 6th of October, if I'm correct, we'll have another meeting, and anyone interested in right intention and in copyright issues are more than welcome to participate. So thank you very much. Very
Email I sent to from the community, it's a very important step. Let's discuss it in our resolution institutions. Perhaps one very brief question from the audience.
Maybe a question. Yeah, at the end.
Okay.
And I apologize for this mistake. I was waiting for the topic on repositories, so the floor is yours, please. Okay, thank you.
So it seems like we decided to bore you to death with legalities and technicalities of copyright and open science. So this is another one in a series of presentations on these topics prepared by Anna, Eric, who is not here today, unfortunately, and me, and we will actually try to speak about very pragmatic things. So assuming that we have all these legal and political tools to achieve openness, to deposit papers, we still need some kind of infrastructures and some kind of tools to make it. And this is again not something new. So we have repositories all around Europe. I hope that many of you are at least partly involved in keeping those repositories alive. So what is it, why do we actually need them? So we have certain goals when we are trying to achieve either secondary publication rights, secondary publication obligations, or right retention policies. We would ideally like to be able to monitor the compliance with these policies. So we know it's not high, but hopefully it will get better. So we have this practical perspective. We would also, especially in this moment, for instance, when the European legislation is changing, it would be great if we had tools to showcase the success of these policies, which we don't always have, at least not perfect. We would also be like to, or at least some of us would like to be certain that we are doing things legally sound, so that we are adhering to all the legal conditions. And finally, and most importantly, we would like to facilitate access to end users. So if we already have something in our repositories, we would be like, well, ideally our users would be certain of what they can or cannot do with this content. So, as I mentioned, repositories are a key infrastructure, so everything that we are talking about for decades, self-archiving, green open access route, this all is still quite relevant. And we have to say that this happens on different maybe I will use this. Maybe this is still better.
Okay, so we speak about this on the national and on the international level because we of course have institutional repositories, national networks of repositories and international access points or aggregators. So it is really important that we have quality metadata and protocols for exchange of this metadata and that they transfer the information on access and reuse rights, on copyright ownership, and on the mode of, let's say, why is some content became open? Is it because of SPR, because of right retention, or some other reason? So we want to have standardized metadata available in a machine readable form for exchange with other information system, and also very importantly, clearly displayed on the website on every record. And for every repository manager, we have a sort of a Bible, which is an open air guidelines for literature repository managers. And when you go there and look at the metadata that refer to access rights and license conditions, we can see that there is something, so we have certain standards. We can then ask whether they are sufficient enough. So when we look at the access rights, and when we go back to what Ignacy said, that open should be also reusable, this is not quite clear. And especially when you look at the practice in repositories, we very often use a label of open access for content that is actually only publicly readable, so you cannot reuse it freely. So this is one practical issue. Then there is also a metadata for license condition. This is something that is most often used for Creative Commons licenses, but sometimes maybe they are not sufficient, or maybe there are other tools that could also be used, and this is something that Anna will mention later. So I have a minute left, so where are the challenges in repositories? First, not all the repositories that exist, especially not even in the countries that we mentioned as having the either SPO, SPR, or right retention, not all are open air compliant. Some have reported access rights and licenses, but not all, and some don't, even if they have them in the metadata records, they are not always visible on the record for the end user. And very, very often, only the access information is recorded, but not the license condition. And for if you are a user who would like to browse or filter according to this criteria, this is the functionality that's very often lacks in repositories. And even if everything is done ideally, in the repository, for instance, if there is a license that doesn't give you all the rights for reuse, you will not find the information on who should you ask for a license to reuse. So this is an information that repositories usually don't record. And also you don't know whether this is free because of the right retention or a secondary publication right or anything else. And there is a further problem that goes when you transfer this information to the national aggregators and to the international discovery services that are becoming increasingly relevant and important, like Open Air Explorer or Open Alice. So sometimes these metadata are also not properly collected and displayed. And I can always show you, for instance, one example from our Croatian repository, where you have clear right statement and a license statement. But then when you look at the same record, in the upper picture is Open Air Explorer, and with the lower is Open Alice. And there you will only have the information that it is green or both green and bronze, and nothing else related to either rights or licenses.
So this is a problem that we should think and try to resolve on a practical level. And here I will give my words.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I would like to start by just mentioning Creative Commons licenses. You all know that by design, in many repositories, there are options to select one of the Creative Commons licenses when uploading certain content. Now, we all know that these are tools designed for the author or for the rights holder. A license is the tool by which the author or other rights holder authorizes further use. So this is like a contractual tool by which the author keeps their rights. Nevertheless, at least I don't want to point any fingers here, but at least in Bulgaria, there are some libraries that are using Creative Commons licenses not as expected. And in many cases, librarians use them as some form of protection, or at least many people think that this is like a tool for protecting copyright. And I've personally seen the use of, for instance, the use of the CC by NC license. I have seen it used by the library or by the institution with some domain content, which means that the institution adds additional requirements to the use of public domain content. But I've also seen this with copyrighted content. So in some cases, libraries upload copyrighted content and attach to that content on their own initiative a CC by NC license, expecting that this is a tool that will somehow prevent further commercial use. So they're attaching an authorization that is not theirs to use. So because this was there are some tools designed by Creative Commons that are used to indicate the status, the copyright status of the work without actually authorizing the public to use the work further than it is already possible. This is the public domain mark. So the Creative Commons tool that just designates the already existing copyright status and then that the institution can use or the repository can use is the so-called public domain mark, where the institution basically indicates that the work is in the public domain. Other than that, there are no copyright rules that can indicate the existing status. Now, how many of you are familiar with the so-called right statements? Lawyers, but otherwise. Okay, so this is an instrument that was designed specifically for cultural heritage institutions. So this is a tool that is used by public libraries, but it's also many times used by academic libraries as well. We have this example with the Library of Sofia University, which I'm affiliated with, but I know from EVO that there are such examples also in Croatia, right? So this is not designed for cultural heritage, but it also can be used within research, the research ecosystem. I'll be very brief because we don't have much time. So the right statement is an indication of the existing copyright status of a work. So a work can be publicly accessible, that doesn't mean that it is reusable. In this case, there is a group of right statements that indicate that the work is copyrighted. You see this one here.
Then there are cases where the copyright status is not exactly clear. Then there is a group of right statements that indicates that copyright status is unclear. And then finally, there are cases when there is no copyright for one reason or another, the work is in the public domain. Now, throughout the years, there have been some different types of right statements developed by the Right Statements Consortium. When the work is in copyright, as you can see, I'm not going to enumerate them all, but you can see them later in the presentation. We can indicate that the work is in copyright simply, or that the work is, for instance, an EU orphan work. This is an exception, according to which at the EU level, a work can be used, even though it is in copyright, and used by certain libraries, really. And then we have other indication that, okay, thank you. We have other indications that are more relevant to the US ecosystem, let's say, cultural heritage ecosystem. When work is outside of copyright, there are also a bunch of indications here that indicate different cases where, although the work is out of copyright, there might be some other restriction to its use. For example, there might be restriction in personal data, for instance, or out of copyright restrictions. This can be indicated as well. And then there are other right statements that show that copyright status was somehow not evaluated. Now, these have very limited application, in my opinion, because if you as librarians don't know what the copyright status of the work is, I'd say you shouldn't be uploading it, right? Making it publicly accessible. Now, I'm going to be very brief. First of all, with this presentation, we wanted to make the case for the use of right statements in repositories, in research repositories, because we think that this would be very beneficial for the dissemination of research, and it could clear a lot of unclarities in this regard. And secondly, we would also like to open a discussion about introducing some new right statements that can cover the usage specifically of works that are out of the commerce works, which is something that we don't have the time to get into detail about, but we can discuss it afterwards. And most importantly, to design a new right statement about the use of works that have been published under the secondary publication regime, because as you saw, in most jurisdictions, secondary publishing right only allows for the free accessibility of the works, but no reuse. So these works continue to be in copyright, and it will be very, I would say, good to have this indication that is clear enough for the general public to know what they can do, or in this case, they cannot further do with a specific work. So thank you very much, unless you have something to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a lot of questions will start from all of us. If you only like to post a presentation, and then we will switch to questions and answers. I would like to invite this, please.
I have the questions after that.
After the poster presentation. Yeah. Yes, please. After the poster presentations, we will have a short session for questions and answers.
So, while the poster is uploaded, I will already start to present. I think I already flattered you all and persuaded you that in Slovenia we have a very, very good top-down legal regime to support enablers for open science. Big hands up to the Ministry of Science and people working there who put this in the strategy in 2015 and put it in legislation in 2021, and then with the ministry decree in further details, and final triumph was made this May when we got secondary publication. So everything looks very good on paper. So I will not repeat what is rights retention and secondary publication right. I just want to say, to highlight particularities of Slovenian regime. It is in the law, the obligation of rights retention, it's in the law. If you get 50% or more of public money, Slovenian or EU included, the recipient needs to manage copyright in a way to keep enough rights to be able to upload that in open access, which enables reuse. And of course, researchers don't know about that, don't want to do it, or they're reluctant to do it. And so this obligation to retain or can't do it because the publishers say no. That's also very, very serious reason. So to make this stronger, Slovenian Ministry of Science enacted additional provision in the law of science, not in the corporate law, that says, in the case if somebody, researcher or institution does not manage copyright according to rights retention, then the presumption kicks in, which says, well, this still can be published, or it's presumed that they have enough rights that they are able to publish this in the repository, which enables open access and reuse. While this final part will still need to be developed in the decree, we left it out in the law because otherwise probably we would get, or the ministry and stakeholders behind would get too many objections from the Copyright Office. And there were many objections from the Copyright Office, but the rector conference that comes from all universities made public a suggestion that this needs to be done. And then with some smooth operation of stakeholders at the end, Copyright Office backed off, and this is in the law. So great law in the book on paper, but will it work in practice? To achieve this, to work in practice, still needs to be done. And I will finish with this. The ministry needs to update the decree to lay down the more detailed rules how to do this. Secondly, it is absolutely advisable that institutions write down the institutional policies to have the debate at university, to empower researchers, to bring more knowledge to increase the action, and for researchers, it's easier to say we have a law and institutional policy, so sorry, we can't sign a harmful contract, harmful for researchers. So in Slovenia, although we have top-down, we still need to work on institutional policies. And in the end, uptake, education, and promotion. And Slovenian government is doing very good things. There is a lot of structural incentives to support uptake of open science principle. In the afternoon, the projects Poznaj will be presented. So please don't just listen what I have to say about law. Also, please attend the presentation, what are additional structural supports. But still, can we rest for a moment? Not at all, because there is very, very slow uptake and resistance from researchers, and maybe differences between natural sciences and digital and humanities. Digital, we only have one humanities. So still needs a lot of work, really needs to that. I'm looking to my policeman. So again, go to the website of ODPPKC. It is more information about these two legal instruments. And please go outside. The poster in this beautiful color is outside because this presentation doesn't do it justice. Go there and check the details and scan the code and learn more. And I'll be around for some additional questions. So thank you very much. And for the end, I forgot to tell you something. On ODP, with the support of Knowledge Rights 21, formed Copyright Knowledge Rights 21 Alliance between copyright experts and librarians. There are 16 members already there. Please look it up and join. Thank you.
We can allow one question through the panel.
Thank you very much. And I would like to encourage the audience to ask questions for amazing panelists.
We get one question from anyone and second is here. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I was wondering, to what extent have you seen that using? To what extent is this business of using repositories and the information in repositories applicable beyond the arts and the literature? To how much public interest is there in the other parts of science? And is it worth the kind of work that you're putting in on making this available? That is one. And the second is, to what extent is it so that compliance is dependent on countries and the scientific institutions being able to back up open science with individual library or consortium deals on APCs with publishers? Because I didn't hear very much in your presentations about how much dependence on backroom deals with about APCs progresses researchers' interest in publishing open.
I'm not sure that, well, the first question is how much interest is there in right retention and secondary publication outside of publication? Yes, outside of SSH.
Yeah.
I think that there isn't such a strong difference in that. I think it depends more on the institutional culture and the national circumstances in this case than on the disciplinary. So I think that I don't think that this is something that is only interesting for the arts and humanities. And for the second question, my take is that in many cases, especially when there isn't an SPR, but only an obligation or a mandate, then this is a very strong push for more APCs and for more spending into transformative agreements. So we are reaching maybe more open access, but we are reaching it at a very high cost. So all these instruments can have very different outcomes, in my opinion, in the column of view. But
in the case of Slovenia, the answer to your first question is the definition in the law and in the decree is research results financed by 50% or plus. And the research results are defined by everything that comes out of this research, even software. But is it scientific activity to do art or compose music? Well, if it's part of a research funded by Slovenian research agency. So that's one area that work needs to be done. Especially interesting is going to be in software.
thank you very much. And we've got one question.
My question is actually a comment and it's an EVA's old question. I support Ignacy thinking that work for hire can be an enabler. And there is we usually forget that research outputs are not only research articles, but there are other research outputs. And in case, for example, of conference proceedings, book chapters, etc., very often the authors don't transfer copyright to the publishers, but they wrongly assume that publishers own those rights. And as the main goal is to get the stuff into the repository, we may not be very successful in dealing with publishers in, implementing rights retention policies, but we can be very successful in getting into the repositories those stuff where authors, actually their institutions have retained their rights. So I expect, for example, once we try to implement the clause from the Serbian open science policy, that we will have less research articles, general articles, and more of the other stuff. But I had a very interesting discussion with Eva last year, where she asked, well, yes, work for hire. So after 5 years, according to the Serbian law, all rights are returned to the authors. And if if a work is already available in a repository under the CC BY license, authors may not be able to, exercise some commercial rights. So would they accept it or not? So my answer was that this is publicly funded research, at least partly, and that would be fair if they don't exercise that right. But I would like to know how it's implemented by how it is interpreted by legal experts. Is it okay or not? Thank you very much for your clarification.
I just want to comment on your first comment, and then I pass to the legal experts. I'm a physicist. In Spain, we have not a secondary public obligation, it's worse. In 22, it came worse. Later, we can have a discussion. But the good thing is that the Agency for Evaluation says that everything that you want to pass as an asset for evaluation has to be in the repository. So what you are explaining is what is happening now. So many researchers are sending to repositories any output. So we are now increasing the diversity of outputs in the repository. However, since it's not mandatory to be open, the bad news is that most of this information is kept closed.
If I may, in our case, authors usually take my small institutions or publishers, and we have a really good adoption over science policies in the humanities, where most book chapters and books are of no access. The restricted licenses very often, but they are limited. And when we started to implement building policies, we advocated for a wide variety of resources and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, this really important controversial issue. I will briefly answer how I explain this demand in the law. It's lex specialis to copyright. It concerns only management of copyrights on copyright works that are 50% or more financed by public money. So not all the copyright, but that narrow field. And because it's financed 50% and more by public money, the public has spoken and the legislature answered to design this reason. Is it always welcome? Of course not. The researchers want to publish in high impact reviews and things like that. So one thing that we will need to add in the PUBMET system is also supervision, and also to design a system of rewards for those who publish in open access, in habilitation processes and stuff. Imagine how many years ago, publishers were at the meeting saying, oh, if we manage to design the or to be part of the habilitation process, then we win. So the same thing should happen next. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Perhaps any other questions? Thank you very much for such an exciting presentations and keynote speech and short talks. You're doing amazing things. I encourage all for the audience to subscribe to the email list and to visit the website and to help multiple sites and collect more information from other European countries, other jurisdictions, and we will definitely contribute as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks everybody. Now it's time for lunch. We are a bit over time, so is it okay if lunch is full? There's a Robert. Lunch downstairs in the student cafeteria. Don't go down the stairs, the same where it's another complimentary, but just a bit. And you use your pupil. Don't do it right. Thank you.
Ma poi quelli sicuro.
Sve prati, sve čuje, sve vidim. Ne brinete. A pegni si se ne Io niente. Silver Street, Live Street, how you want? Evo kako. Jel možeš onom svome vidjeti da li... Evo, sad odgovor.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you here in this unpopular time of after lunch session. We will have three short presentations, short talks, then one sponsor presentation and photo presentations. We will talk about very interesting, let's say, part of open science, and that is the implementation of open science. And the first presentation is about the project Spoznaj. Our colleague Miro Pustovski from Central Technical Library at the University of Ljubljana, and the co-author is Thea Ronk. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much for this introduction. We have 5 minutes. I hope I can give you as much as possible information after I'm available also for some details on the discussion about. So this will be very brief overview. Let's say institutional implementation of open science is very difficult and complex process, and just currently in Slovenia, this project is run very intensively. In this presentation, I would like to highlight how research community address this problem in our country. But to understand how we do this, we would like to attack this in a broader context. Of course, institutional implementation is only the third step. There are first and second step are the Department of European Research Area and the Department of National Legislation in the field of statistics, research and innovation. Now, I will not spend a lot of work, I will not waste time on European Research Area Department, we are all aware about it. Just to say that the department is set by path for research and innovation, and supporting policy for ERA common policy with 20 concrete actions. Just to summarize those actions, this policy is focused on research infrastructure, open sharing of reproducible research results, promoting collaborative science, and linking competitive science through research assessment, and also science should be also engaged through different means, citizen science, etc. Now, the next step is to try to answer the government about this scientific research and innovation activity side, which is focused on open science in 3 articles. Just briefly to summarize, all articles or scientific publications in Slovenia mutual fund, the minimum extent 50%, should be published in open access. Research results should be shared according to the FAIR, so research data should be shared, and all other results in the digital forum. Evaluation and assessment reform should be done according to responsible metrics. And there are two very important also news according to this law. First is that this law, this act also so-called state funded. So not funders, national funders, but research organizations that became responsible for how the budget will be delivered among their researchers. And based on this, they need to institutional implementation of open science principles. And then another one is that this law, these are required from the government to adopt also a new strategy with action plan to implement open science applications. It was said today, or we talked, secondary publishing rights is also the new provision of this act. It was said very detailed by my colleague Diane, and also the professors outside, just to mention that this improves the security of researchers to publish in open access, and also give us a picture to think our relations to the commercial providers of scientific literature. Now, implementing part of this law is decree on implementation scientific research work in accordance with the principles of open science, very popular name, open science decree. The decree supports implementation through different chapters. First is open access to scientific publications, so set or publication should be open access. Then research data and all other results should be shared according to the FAIR principles and according to the principles as open as possible, as close as necessary. Then very detailed description of how to manage copyright issues, so mandatory use of open licenses, involvement of interest public in scientific research, with supporting citizen science and scholarly citizen scientific publication of research results. Then about eligible costs, I will mention just two key aspects. One is cost for ABCs for individual, which are paid individual. Eligible costs are those in gold or platform, not individual costs paid for APCs in hybrid are not eligible anymore. However, we try to find a solution with so-called publisher treaty or transformative agreements. We are not happy with such agreements, so we now very intensely think how to let's say rethink situation about this. Then evaluation and assessment of research organizations, etc., should be done according to the responsible metrics. Very important question is, do we allow to use metric indicators? Yes, but not impact factor. Impact factor is now forbidden. Impact factor is not indicator anymore for research assessment. And also infrastructure, open science infrastructure is very important key to ensure open science application. And then institutional implementation. This sets Union Government of Optical Solution and Union Scientific Research Innovation Strategy 2030. There is objective 6.2, open science for quality, efficiency, responsible research. And this point 6.2 has its own action plan with budget. This budget is 42 million euro until 2030. It is divided into blocks. One is for services, another is for infrastructure. Now, for infrastructure is something more than 25 millions. And just to mention, new warehouse with 60 petabytes capacity, with AI factory, Maribor in Ljubljana. Then the public network will be upgraded to transfer big data, etc. But now we will focus on action plan for open science, so on services which are budgeting in the amount of 16.7 million. There are a few work packages of this action plan. First, internationally aligned national open science ecosystem. This is directly institutional implementation. I will explain you a bit after Project Spuzna is funded from this. Just to say, this work package will end in June next year because it is funded from recovery and resilience plan funds, yeah, and we have to close this project next year. Then, as mentioned, all next work package, all stakeholders from the top to the bottom are now required and asked to change and to inform research assessment. Then compliance with scientific research results and the third principles and openness. Here is a range of services to support researchers. That researchers do not stay alone. So support with data professionals, support with other services to support, to help them, to assist them that they can operate science. National open science community where research organizations are joined and exchange knowledge, mutual support, etc. Citizen science and citizen science networks, science communications, and also national open access scientific publishing, where we get national contact points for scholarly publication and try to unique services to improve, let's say, dissemination power and visibility of local journals. I will just mention two services where our library is involved. It's Open Library, Center for Quality Assurance and Scientific Communication, it's hybrid education, very deep information in a web page, supported by professionals to support researchers with education or with, let's say, finding solutions. And Citizen Science Network, Slovenia, more than 60 Slovenian research and other organizations, and list of more than 75 citizen science projects currently, and with a lot of activities. Now, Spuzna project, what Spuzna actually means, it means recognize, or in Croatian language, upoznaj, but yeah, okay, this is the name of the project. And the budget of this project is something more than 4 million euro, 20 consortium public research organizations and CTK, our library in a consortia. We are coordinating this project. And I have to say this, I'm sorry, this Spuzna project is co-financed by the Republic of Slovenia, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Innovation, and the European Union Next Generation EU through the National Recovery and Science Plan. This is disclaimer, I have to say. The main purpose is to encourage and support Slovenian public research organizations to actively adapt the principles of open science, to align their operations with these principles. Some objectives at the consortium level. First and the most important objective is to empower staff. So open science cannot be applied without professionals, voluntary, or I don't know, but yeah, staff to support researchers. The next formal adjustments with new regulations, internal regulations, new documents, etc., and also some organizational and technical adjustment like repositories or I don't know everything what is needed for this. Then the level of consortium, the most important is here collaboration and mutual support. Some institutions are very progressive and they don't compete among each other, but they support other institutions maybe to develop those applications, and this is very important. And then externally, we address with our activities also some other research organizations which are not eligible to be classed, funders, governments, NGOs, general public, etc. How we do this as said with educating and empowering consortium partners, and also with adoption of internal act and adjustments. Here are consortium members. For the end, I will just briefly overview three of the most important work packages of this project. First is the data steward training program. Last year we started with 72-hour course with diverse content from legal aspects of open science, life science data to practical workshops. There were more than 30 lecturers from Slovenia abroad and more than 130 participants. And as an outcome of this work package, also a mutual support group of research data professionals established. And yeah, the next training course starts in October 25. Here are two publications. we published first this Sputnik Fair. It is printed about open science, and this is web application on how to do DLPs, data management plans. And now work package 6, institutional implementation, 4 stages. First, we analyzed the situation, then we do a plan of changes. Right now, we are in a process of implementing those changes, and the last stage will be next year, self-evaluation and some adjustments or corrections. This was done so far. I will not go in details here. So, as mentioned, the priority is completion of implementation, self-evaluation, and some corrections. And also, at this point, I would like to invite you to project National Day event. It will be Novo Mesto in October. Novo Mesto is very close to Zagreb, so please, very welcome. And also for the end, our plans 9.2.0, those staff which is employed now in project will not stay alone after project end. So next 4 million is dedicated to for them salaries and educations. So this could be a base for Slovenian data professionals network. But yeah, I hope we will realize this. And please, this is project website, newsletter subscription in English language also. So very welcome. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have some time for a few questions. If there are any questions.
No question. Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, and now we will have another talk about open science perceptions across career stages. We have 8 authors. I will read the names, but not the affiliations. Una Palec-Cimun, Maja Kojić, Iga Patarčić, Henja Blašević, Ivan Buran, Antica Čulina, Anna Marušić, and Jadran Sternovski. Una is here with us. So.
Yeah, hello everyone. So my name is Una. As you see, I actually come from front of all of these other people. So the story is that originally I actually work at the University of Zurich now, but I actually represent here more the association Penkala. Penkala is now already 10 years old. It's an association that started as with initiative to network young researchers in Croatia and the ones abroad. But over the last 2, maybe 3 years, we started to be more interested in research policy and how to improve a bit conditions, especially with focus on young researchers and Croatian scientific diaspora. And one of the topics we got interested in is open science, and started a project really to learn more and investigate, do the survey about perceptions and practices of open science in Croatia. But then since we were new in this, we actually reached out to all these other co-authors who are much more experienced and whose help and expertise we could use. So Penkala became a representative of Croatian doctoral students in the Eurodoc. So Eurodoc is the European Council of doctoral candidates and junior researchers in Europe. And what motivated us was actually for this survey was their research, which was done in 2020 or 2021, where they wanted to study how the open science practices and perceptions were kind of changing across different European countries. And what happened was that actually they got only one response from Croatia. So what we wanted was to initially replicate this study. But then when we started, so in 2024, looking at this study, suddenly we realized there's so much more that we want to ask, and the whole questionnaire grew so much that in the end, I think we share maybe 10 questions with the Eurodocs study, and overall had more than 50 questions in our study. So far has been several studies in Croatia. What they focused were more, for example, scientific journals and editors or specific topics of open science. What we wanted to really focus on young researchers. So studies so far didn't really try to compare across career stages. So how the knowledge and practices change over the, let's say, career age. and also maybe compare it with the EU. Here we in the end wanted to also include broad scope of open science topics from review, open access, preprints, also science communication. And but today I'll just present a very short part of these results. So as I said, one of the main objectives was really to compare with the EU and compare by the career stage. But we had other things we wanted to again try to see if we can see some impact. So does the experience in open science publishing affects their knowledge and opinions? Does the education opportunities they have affect it? And is there some kind of, can we conclude from this study about the need for infrastructure support? The study itself was pre-registered, so all the actually questions and what we plan we can find on the OSF. The structure itself was composed of two obligatory parts, so demographic information and questions about open science in general. And those were obligatory parts, but then because yeah, we had so much things we wanted to ask, we put basically 4 other topics that were voluntary and they were appearing in a random order, so people could say, oh, do they want to answer the next section of questions about certain topic or not? And we actually got 518 responses. 40% just filled in the obligatory part, but almost more than 30% actually decided to fill the whole study, which was, I think it was quite long. It was more than 50 questions, and questions were quite dense in sense. In one question, there was like, do you agree with this statement? And there were like 10 statements. So it was actually quite interesting. People decided to still fill the whole study, so many of them. And then number of responses for these voluntary sections look relatively balanced because they were appearing in the random order. So in terms of like participants in the end, we had actually almost 75% were female. We did capture mostly young researchers, so 66% were either doctoral students or bachelor or master students, mainly humanities and natural sciences, which was similar to previous studies, I think, so I guess it's normal. And despite our trying to really reach out to all the parts of Croatia, we still have most of them from University of Zagreb, but it's not too bad because we also have a lot really from Rijeka, Split, Zadar are the next biggest ones, and Osijek. And then a bit from other ones as well. When looking at the Eurodoc cover, they had 1,100 responders. They also asked the question about the participation in the Horizon projects, which was slightly higher than Croatia. But other than that, number of published articles per participant or experience with open review, whether they were reviewing or their work was reviewed, was actually relatively balanced. So there was no really difference that our cohort was less knowledgeable or experienced in that sense. And we divided now in 4 groups, basically. So whether participants were student, bachelor or master, PhD student, researcher, which we put everything that was in between PhD and actually being a professor that's kind of in a regular employment, I don't know what to say. So these were Croatian terms that we used. Mapping with the European one was slightly challenging and could be discussed, but overall, when we look at how we group their kind of titles and positions into these 4 categories, we get a similar distribution. They had a bit more PhD students and bit less bachelor and master students. And then we did some statistical analysis to compare them. Here I'll really present answers to, I think, 2 questions out of 50. So you can see how many interesting things there could be out of this study once we fully analyze it. So the first question was so that they self-assess their knowledge about open science. So it was just the numbers 1 to 10. And this is the kind of the histogram of their responses. So the average was 4.3 out of 10, which is below 5, let's say, which is half of the so they assess their knowledge as not the best, I would say. And then only those who said more than 5, so we assume those actually know, let's say, something about it, we asked them about different subfields of sub-elements of the open science. And what they know most about is so open access, open peer review, and science communication or science outreach. And then the least about the open notebooks, open metrics, and for registration. So don't look at this translation because I used the Google Translate API to translate because the study was in Croatian and it doesn't work perfectly. So I need to manually translate all these some of these terms. But then when we compare the self-assessed knowledge by age, we see a clear trend. So the students, they knew the least, and the PhD students, and then the knowledge grows, or at least perceived knowledge by themselves grows. There was a statistical difference between each of the group. When we look at these subfields, sub-areas of open science, the only significant difference really was between research data management or review, where students and PhDs knew really, really much less, significantly less than the researchers and seniors. In all the other ones, there were some trends, interesting trends, but no really big significant difference. But since there are so many elements, I will not present all of them here. Then I wanted to see, okay, what is with the Eurodoc cohort? And actually they had a higher average. So in average, Eurodoc people self-assess their knowledge with a mean of 5.6, and in Croatia, as I said, 4.2. When I looked only at the PhD students, in both groups, the knowledge, self-assessed knowledge dropped. And when we look at this kind of gap between left and right, so the Eurodoc in Croatia, this gap kind of is bigger for the younger the students are. So and for the seniors, basically there was no difference in the self-assessed knowledge. This to me really means that we are kind of lagging behind the EU in educating younger so the younger researchers, students in the aspects of open science. I also looked at the comparison between EU countries that they managed to collect more than 50 responses. And Germany was the best. Italy, Spain, Ukraine were next ones, and then Croatia was quite low with Denmark. And the same trend was if we just looked at only PhD students or if we looked at everyone. And just to conclude this part, so we checked into, for example, some of the questions that we further asked were their opinions on benefits of open science, of different advantages or disadvantages that open science has, obstacles that they were faced with or they think they would face if they practice open science more. And in general, we had the different statements on preference, open data, open review, and so on. But since it's really a lot of data, I will not present it here. It will be published in future. But yeah, when talking just about the self-assessed knowledge, in Croatia, it's 4.3 out of 10 would be the grade, lower than the EU average. And the biggest gap is really for students and doctoral students. So this would mean that we do need, as many already know this, more education, more support and infrastructure. And next Maya will actually analyze a bit of our results really in comparison to the education. So whether they did some education already in open science or not. And then part of the questionnaire was also about the science outreach and social media engagement. And this will actually is presented also by Inga on a poster later. So yeah, you will also get a few more other insights from the study in these other talks. So yeah, that's all from me now. So I hope it's interesting. Okay. Do we have some questions or some?
Just quick. No, I just want to ask, from your experience, is open science and open access resources something which is being addressed at the universities when you are doing your study or PhD study. Is anyone actually addressing this? I know that in some universities we have some subjects or modules, what we call them today, that address these questions, but I know that many of them the educational part, your study or PhD study is very difficult. So what are your experiences? Do you see difference between Croatia and other countries? And does that reflects onto the results of the study?
Yes, so I did my PhD in Switzerland, and I can say based on my experience that so we did not have it as a part of our PhD program, but we did have much more, for example, library was organizing much more webinars and stuff, which I cannot say that they were very much attended. I mean, I tried to attend some of them because for me, the first experience, first like encounter with open science was actually open science summer school that was organized by PhD students. And then I also organized next year's one. So it was basically more like a student-led something, but it's also 20-30 participants per year, so it wasn't a lot. Overall, I would say that it's still better, for example, in Switzerland than in Zagreb. That's what my reference is. But for example, University of Rijeka is now doing much more. So probably more than even what I had in Switzerland. And this is one thing that we wanted to compare. So that's why in our study, we do ask in detail participants about their affiliation so that we can kind of try to correlate it potentially with what exists from the training stuff, the open totally list on specific universities. So Maya will present a part of this result, but we still haven't really fully analyzed it. And this was the idea to see, do we see some trends at the universities where there is more efforts basically.
Yeah, and so that you can recommend the other
Exactly.
universities to do
Yeah,
such.
you will see some effect of certain types of.
Yeah.
So in the question we asked in detail what type of education they passed, do they wanna learn by themselves more, do they or not, so we will try to really analyze this in detail.
Yeah, and I congratulate you on your initiative to organize the summer schools for
Yeah, thanks.
students. Yeah,
No, it was the best learning experience for me, so.
great, thanks.
Thank you, Natalie, it was really great presentation, so. But my question is not so much related to this analysis. It's related to our surveys in general. So I'm wondering all the time, because for example, open peer review was very high on in the results, but I have done analysis with Ivana, your moderator, 10 years ago.
Yes.
And the result was that half of the Croatian open access journals have open peer review implemented, and we certainly enjoyed the time that there is no single one of peer review implemented. So my question is, doing such studies, would it be smarter to ask some question which will prove the knowledge about the concept? Because, you know, if we say open data, are you familiar? You know, open data, you know, open, so it's,
No, that's, it is a problem, yeah.
yeah, but there are many nuances of knowledge, so maybe we.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, I'm
So
so
we try-
brainstorming with you.
Yeah, we try to capture this a bit by, for example, not asking people who said lower than 5, even any other questions afterwards, because we wanted to avoid those who are guessing or just randomly saying. We have option on every question I cannot assess. And this is also interesting to see how many people on many questions afterwards. So we had later questions with really certain statements often. And they had to say, do they agree or do they not agree with this? And for many of these statements, the percent of those who said I cannot assess is more than half. And this already tells us a bit about how much they actually know about these things. So we will have to kind of group all these questions potentially in certain, let's say, knowledge groups, like what they could know, how much they actually know. And maybe then we will see a bit more about this, how much they actually know versus how much they think they know. Yeah, because this is really self-assessed knowledge, so they can always say good because they don't know. One thing I did, so for example, when the question was about what are advantages of open science, the question was what of these aspects of open science are important for science in general, so for contributing to the science, and the ones that they evaluated the least were the ones that they knew the least. Which is, I mean, it makes sense. If you know the least, then you also not valid this as something meaningful. So yeah, I think we really did ask a lot. So I think we could maybe extract some things from the study after we did very thorough analysis. Yeah.
We have one more.
Thank you. I think the other people should know that she is the last author of this study.
Oh, exactly.
So I'm also an author in this study, but a simple question to you and maybe Maya later. What are you gonna do with the results? Is Penkala thinking about some education for PhD students, or are you gonna apply for a project? Thank you.
Yeah, I am also, I'm really a person who doesn't want to do stuff if it's not gonna lead to something useful. So the idea of actually, the part of the motivation was to actually see, okay, is there topics that we can educate people more in, and what are those topics that will be the most relevant? So the idea of the study is to try to draw some conclusions so that in a way that, okay, maybe we cannot recommend some policies, other people are already doing on it, but maybe we can do something, for example, in the Penkala to provide certain level of support for the students. Because one thing that we are trying to, as a Penkala act, is to be kind of balancer between people at University of Zagreb or University of Rijeka or whatever someone has an advantage of being on certain university. So somehow to try to provide something that will be equal for everyone. So a lot of these things we do are actually also online so that everybody can join. Yeah, last year we did this open access week and it was very well visited. So we will try to do it also this year. Yeah, it's yeah. Well, the idea is to try to use the results to design some workshops and educational opportunities.
Thank you, Anna.
Now we look at the second part. So, the authors are the same, only the first author and our presenter here is Maya Poit. So, bridging gaps in open science education and support.
So good day, I'll just continue with this. With this topic. So I will focus now specifically on the results related to institutional training in open science and how this training affects researchers' knowledge, perceptions, and practices of open science. Since open science is no longer just a bottom-up movement, it's now actively promoted by international organizations and national governments. The European Union requires all Horizon Europe outputs to be openly accessible, and UNESCO recognizes open science as a key accelerator for achieving in UN sustainable development goals. So education is therefore not optional, but it's a compliance now and requirement for strategic goals achievement. So. And it's at the same time, one of the biggest challenges in research assessment is, of course, how we will implement open science. Current evaluation systems often work against open science, so by rewarding journal impact factors and publication counts, and rather than practices like data sharing and pre-registrations. This is why initiatives such as DORA and QUADRA are calling for systematic reform. In that context, our study explored how institutional training in open science shapes researchers' perceptions, and we compared those who had undergone organized trainings with those who had not. The distribution in our sample was almost equal, which allowed us to identify correlations between education and a wide range of attitudes. The first clear result is that education strongly boosts self-assessed knowledge of open science
which is kind of logical. And the researchers with training consistently greater than knowledge higher, and pre-registration stood out as the concept of most influence on trainings. Interestingly, however, training did not significantly affect how important people consider the different areas of science. Whether trained or not, most respondents agree that elements like open access, fair data, and citizen science are important. So training increases confidence and knowledge, but it does not necessarily change underlying values. When it comes to advantages, respondents with education were more likely to highlight the reproducibility and transparency as a central benefit of open science. At the same time, training also made them more aware of potential risks, such as the appearance of low quality or even false signs in open environments. Looking at barriers, education did not shift opinions about individual issues like lack of time or money, but it did make respondents more aware of the existence of barriers in general. In other words, training shaped awareness of the challenges without resolving them. Most researchers believe open science should be rewarded, of course, regardless of training, but those who have trainings, either certificates, awards, and special calls or competitions more strongly as form of recognition. Education also influenced views on publishing, so it increased recognition of feedback as a motivation for open access, and strengthened the belief that preprints are important and should be encouraged. Training did not change general attitudes, but it for open peer review, but it made respondents more likely to say that it encourages more careful and precise reporting. Training also affected practical aspects of science communication. Educated researchers were more likely to have a report kit and more likely to say they need additional training in order to communicate effectively with broader audiences. Open data education was linked to higher appreciation of data set citations, a stronger link to financial incentives and greater awareness of risks when using external data. So again, training shaped awareness of both benefits and risks. And to connect our findings with international research, studies show that short trainings can significantly boost knowledge, but their effect is often superficial unless embedded in curricula or backed by institutional qualities. So, for example, one research found that just 90 minutes of fair data training increased correct actions, but did not improve researchers' ability to explain why those actions matter. And similarly, other research emphasizes that workshops alone are not enough, and that we need structural change and integration into research assessment. Skip this. So this leads to our second key team incentives. So training increases knowledge, but without clear signals from institutions, the impact remains limited. And our respondents with training showed higher motivation when they believed their efforts would be recognized without certificates, awards, or funding calls. So this matches findings from other studies where institutional frameworks and rewards proved crucial for sustaining engagement. And at the same time, training reinforced awareness of the central debates among science, of transparency, reproducibility, quality concerns. And similarly, in science communication, education did not change the general perception that communication is important, but it did increase practical engagement. So trained respondents are more likely to use identifiers like ORCID and are more aware of their need for communication skills. And this supports science field vision that great science does not speak for itself and must be actively communicated. And at the policy level, Croatia has made a commitment to open science. As you know, the Act of Higher Education and Science Activity of 2022 legally established open science as a foundational principle, and several universities have already adopted their own open science policy. So politically and
legally this framework is in place, but the challenge is implementation. So this brings me to my final point with strong declaratory support. The actual evaluation system in question still relies on traditional metrics. So there's not clear criteria for rewarding open data preference or open educational resources. So this creates a kind of strategic gap and how open science is mandated in law and policy. Or should be. So, and to conclude, education in open science correlates with increased knowledge and awareness. Although we just saw the correlation after causation, of course, and it strengthens recognition of key benefits like reproducibility and preference, and it makes researchers more aware of barriers and incentives. But training alone is, as I said, not enough because we need rewards and changes in evaluation. And thank you.
Now we have a wider image of your research. We have some questions now. We will still have part 3 in the poster session, but here was one question.
I know. I'm Lisa from Racing Social Science Data Archive. So I have a question about the software for both of you, because you, for Uma and for Maya. Because I'm simply sure that you will share the data after you do your analysis. So I just wanted to offer you our services, Racing Social Science Data. So you can publish the data and we can offer you the help in cleaning the data and checking if it's anonymized, etc. So the data set, so it actually do some kind of data review. So my question then would be, then my.
Well, first of all, thank you for the help because we will need some help with, especially with data from social sciences. And well, we are planning to do some conferences and to publish some papers on this because we see that there's a lot of data here, so we need to make like we need to publish it in one general like paper and then to go into topics, to go into details, and I think that we can share data almost immediately or after publication.
If I
We would like to embed them into the works.
If I may suggest something, actually, because there is tomorrow we will hear more about data citation practices. So our suggestion would be maybe that you publish as early as you can, even before you publish your articles, because then you can cite your data set as separate entities in your articles. So you can, in the future, we hope get some credits even for the data set itself, not just for your article, but also for the data set. It doesn't have to be open access first. You can use the embargo, so you can open data up and you publish everything. But yeah, our recommendation would be that you publish this or available.
Thank you, and also this reminds me we are actively trying to engage in open science while doing this. So that is why we did the pre-registration, and this is also very helpful. It's great suggestion.
See you in the call.
Yeah, great, please.
Okay, thank you. We've done other questions. Now it is time for our sponsored presentation. Scott.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll speak English as everyone speaks English too, so just maybe Croatian not enough for you to understand. So my name is Stefan Petrus from EBSCO company. Some of you might know me. I'm responsible sales manager for Croatia now for all EBSCO product solution we can offer. So, and I would not be boring you here with the offer of many research databases that we offering, but to stuck to the topic and just tell you a few sentences about how open access is perceived at EBSCO and how we support open science. So, first of all, about the approach, how we are indexing the scientific literature that is indexed and contained in our scientific databases. Like we treat open access the same as the non-open access content. That means in our databases, we are creating the trustworthy and quality content from all across the globe. Then we apply our search technology for that, so that the users get the most relevant and meaningful results in the billions of records that are contained there. We also provide modern and user-friendly interface to access that. And then also that means that's the discovery experience that we offer that includes content from many countries, many languages, covering a lot of different subject topics. Then how we are indexing the open access content. It's in the EBSCO Discovery Service. It's called EDS. Some of you maybe remember that a few years ago there was a national license for EDS, so maybe a lot of you were using it, searching the content. And then our platform that's called EBSCO Host. So any research databases from EBSCO, then the content is accessed by you as users via the EBSCO Host platform. Then we are leveraging the OIA, the open access journals metadata. We are also including more than 100 open access database resources like PubMET, ERIC, the OIA, as I said, the Norwegian Open Access Research Archive. EDS integrates with Unpaywall. And also, EDS has a lot of filters that are supporting the discovery of open access articles. So you can also filter just to see what content is really open access. This is some criteria that we are looking at when including open access journals in our database portfolio. Just we are looking which resources you in academic libraries are using. That which journals are indexed with the top quality subject specific indexes, which journals are indexed in the main indexes like the Web of Science or Scopus, and also which local resources, it means also we're just looking very much recently on the local content in local languages, especially in my case in Central and Southeast Europe, including Croatia, so that are relevant for our customers. Of course, our discovery service and research databases, we are vetting the content that it's really can be kind of pseudo science journals or predatory journals or plagiatory content, because we have strict editorial schemes that are ensuring that the low quality and predatory journals are not included in our databases. So this is a kind of filter that we can ensure that the content we provide you is quality. And then the open access content, the same as the other content, it's impactful when it can be found, So that's why we have this EDS platform that it's part of our offering. That it's fine. It's part of the offering we call it software as a service. And then we have the EBSCO Host platform, and so that, for example, we show the most relevant content before all the content. Peer-reviewed content is shown over some kind of short articles, or newspaper articles, because there is a frequency of that. So there are certain criteria that the relevancy ranking in EDS is a barrier to maybe some other competent solution. And finally, just the support open overall, as I said, not only open access and research, but also infrastructure and open source, meaning like, as I said, discovery, open access literature to EDS and obstacles. Also like interoperability of applications using APIs, like so we have lots of them to offer. And also supporting open source and open choice with, for example, Folio platform that you might heard of. It's called Future of Libraries is Open, and it's a part of also software as a service solution, and it's kind of integrated library system solution. Unfortunately, in Croatia, with limited options, with you adopting Alma nowadays, but in other countries, we are fighting with Folio, but recently Library of Congress implemented Folio as a very nice reference for you. So thank you for your time. So this is a quote for former managing director about how he values the cooperation with EBSCO and how we support the directory of open access journals. Thank you. If you have any questions, Tanya, feel free. And then also this is the link if you are interested in how we do that in more detail, so you can just open it and take some more information about it. So thank you. And then I will be here around. We have EBSCO stand, so if you have some other questions later, then anytime you can come and talk to me in English. Thank you.
It's always pleasure to have all the concepts here, so thank you very much. Now, in this last part of our session, we will have poster presentations. As you will see, there are some fabulous posters outside. Now we will present some of them. The first one will be presented by my colleague Tomislav Ivanko. I am the second author. The title is Template Virtual Learning Lab. So, Tomislav, please.
Okay, I have 3 minutes, so I can start. First of all, this is part of a 3-year Erasmus Plus project that we have. This is the first year, and these are basically the result of our first year. We try to develop the family virtual learning lab. So the whole project is fostering female participation and leadership in open science initiatives. And I see the irony of me presenting that kind of project, but Ivana should have presented, but she said she's the session chair, so I took the vote. I don't know how to say it. So yeah, you don't see it very well, but basically it's a project that tries to uses open science principles and open science initiatives to try to see to develop a sort of a more gender balanced STEM strategy for young researchers and for researchers within the STEM field. And from our first year, we sort of developed this virtual learning lab, which is basically a digital resource that I saw they said in the last presentation that open access is impactful if it gets funded, where our virtual learning lab is impactful if it gets used. So basically, I'm here we will try to engage for all the communities that we need within Croatia, for the researchers that are female researchers within the STEM field. But if you are one of these researchers, please, when you get the invitation to use the resource and to maybe give us some feedback on the research, don't just say that you don't have the time, so help us around this. So basically, it's digital, it's made in Moodle. It's a Moodle course with 4 modules that then practically promotes you can see it promotes for instance, for female researchers, students, staff, policy actors, and different stakeholders, basically address gender inequality and open science and integration in research and innovation systems. So that's the general idea. And by the end of the project, University of Montpellier is the leader of the project. We have the Babeș Bolyai from Romania University and one institute of methods for innovation from Ireland and University of Zagreb and the NGO from Cyprus, Citizens in Power. So basically, this is the first year, and we will be developing much more. So we are trying to now, in the next couple of months, we will try to disseminate this virtual learning lab and just see if everyone could participate and to be used. It's not just something that was developed and then not used and that doesn't have any impact. I'll be here also tomorrow. The poster is there, so if you have any questions, you can address it to me tomorrow or to my email. Thank you.
Now we have our second presentation by our 8 authors that I mentioned earlier. But the presenters will now be Iga Patarčić. Iga is here.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to just quickly introduce the poster. You notice that there are a lot of authors of the poster, so I'm one of them, the ones who didn't manage to get the talks, so I got the bonus award. As you noticed, we asked a lot of questions. So Una and Maya presented some of them. I'm going to talk about scientific communication and how our researchers perceive the importance and what are the barriers for the scientific communication. If I tell you anything more now, you're not going to come and stop next to my poster. So please, if you want to know more, come and visit this fancy poster. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Left Story to present her cluster and her authors.
Thank you. The European research area has made it pretty clear that open science and knowledge valorization are actually central to the future of research. But the question is, how can we bring them together? In order to strengthen both research and innovation, we need to connect open science with intellectual property management. In that case, results can really create value that is for academia, for industry, but also for the society. So here I'm presenting a poster from the Horizon Europe project, Intellectual Properties for OS, IP for OS. The full title is Unpacking the Possibilities of Intellectual Properties for Open Science. We have heard today in diverse lectures that there are some barriers, some differences, different perspectives. One is from the IP side, the other is for open science. And the first aim of this project is to show everyone that IP and OS are not opposites, that they can actually work together and reinforce each other, because they both support knowledge transfer, and if we manage to successfully balance them, then our research outputs will make more impact and be more accessible. So to demonstrate this, in our project, we are currently working on the so-called synergy framework that will, of course, be in open access. And this will provide the community with legal insights, practical recommendations, real-world examples of how IP can be integrated into the open research workflows. Once the synergy framework is finished, it will have its continuation in the training sessions. So at the same time, we are making so-called core curriculum, and these are the resources that we plan to keep available for a long time, even after the project is closed. And like some other lecturers before me mentioned and tried to engage you. Our goal as well is to create a community of practice. So for the second part of the foster and the second main goal of our project is to invite you to collaborate, to join in our efforts. We have opportunities for learning, we have so-called open innovation challenges. We offered different institutions to join in multi-professional teams because this is the topic that really needs to be covered from many aspects. So in our team, we have I'm a librarian, but we have scientists, we have IP experts, we have technology transfer experts, and the idea is to put all of these different professionals at the same table so we can work together to make as much as possible in open access, in the same time respecting all the IP provisions and all the ethical requirements. So I invite you to join our community, and you can join me and Eva, who is here by the poster, and there's a QR code with more information and with the invitation to join. Thank you.
Thinking of that. Now we still have almost 20 minutes, so if there are some more questions about the presentations, or if not, we can go outside and look at the posters, and then you can ask our voters if you have some questions. Thank you. The next session. Oh, thank you very much. I just want to
Well, remarkable with background.
Io non credo.
So, hello everyone once again. It's my great pleasure to invite you to our fourth and last session of the day. So we stay with sugar for last. Our last session is about reforming the research systems to achieve excellence and diversity. It will consist of one keynote and a round table. First, our keynote lecturer, Merle Jacob, who is a professor of research policy at the Faculty of Economics and Management and Lund University in Sweden. Her research is vast, but it's currently focused on research funding as a priority setting mechanism for renouncing and reorganizing research. She will give us a lecture about a very interesting topic, leveraging multi-level governance to achieve excellence and national research system diversity. So, Marilyn, the floor.
Thank you. This is my first time in Croatia and my first time at the PUBMET meeting. I'm really happy to be here because I was part of the European Commission's working group that created the indicators for open science. And normally I work at a macro level. So for me, getting a deep dive like I have at this conference in how the open science mandate is working out in different settings is very important information on a detailed level. Nevertheless, I'd like to take you back a little bit to focus on the big picture and the context in which open science and open science practices operate. And I'd also like to use the opportunity to give you a sort of glimpse about what is coming in the future and what is already on the way. Since my field is a very small field, there are very few people in research who are doing research on research policies. I thought that it's important to let you know where you can find information on the facts that I will present to you today. And of course, there is a small group of researchers within the European Union who are doing research on funding instruments and on governance of universities, governance of research and national research systems. And I would be happy to share with you our publications and names that you can look and then move on. I also have quite a lot of experience. I am rather old, fairly close to retirement. And so I have quite a lot of experience working within research systems. I've also been a very mobile scholar throughout my career, so I have worked in many different countries on research funding. And then, of course, there is the broader aspect of research on science policy and research policy. So this is where I'm coming from. And I want to talk about multi-level governance. I have decided to focus my talk mainly on the European Union and European Union member states as our most nearest context. But some of these things are happening outside of the European Union as well. So what do I mean by multi-level governance? Basically, research all national research systems, because as you know, science has traditionally been international or global, but research systems have always been national and continue to be despite the European Union. But recently we have seen a shift, a slight shift, in which we have a number of events or issues that are operating beyond national research systems. And why national research systems have been important is that while researchers may take their tone from their field for what they do, how it gets funded is usually completely national. This, of course, this game has changed quite a lot, more so for some researchers than others, but at least within the European Union, we now have at least two sources of funding, which is the European Union funding and, of course, national funding. The problem with European Union funding, in terms of looking at it and understanding its impact on national research systems, is that in absolute terms, it's only about 5% of the money out there. But in actual terms, the European Union funding has a high level of signal value in terms of national research systems, because national funders and nation states copy European Union instruments. The European Union is the rule-setting instance, and of course, there's also the issue of what I call the grab as much as you can situation, which is all member states pay a fee, and they try to use research to see if they can increase the return flow of their fee back to that. I'm sure you are all familiar with this. But multi-level governance, recently we have gotten into a situation where instead of priorities for research being set only on the national level, we have now a rollout of a number of what I would call global priorities. And these priorities are sustainable development goals, grand challenges. I'm sure that your institutions have nudged you to describe your research in terms of how it meets with these kinds of issues. And this is what I would call level 1 of multi-level governance. So somehow you have to make your research refer to this, because funding instruments, funding is being prompted or focused on these kinds of issues. The level 2 is the level that I think everyone is familiar with, which is the European Union funding, the framework programs, the ERC. And level 3 is the one we are used to: national priorities, regulations at home, funding arrangements for research, public research institutions, etc. And last but not least is the old chestnut that we all came to science for, which is the research field. Priorities are set in the research field. We want to do research either at the frontier, or we want to do research which goes beyond our field to meet with other fields. And this is still an important level of governance for what researchers choose to do, what kind of research, what kind of agenda they choose to follow. Okay, so how does multi-level governance impact on my world or your world? Well, there are several ways in which it moves to us. Because on one level, we think that SDGs and grand challenges are more or less abstractions. let's say, I am an English literature scholar working in Croatia. What does sustainable development goals have to do with me? Or what do the grand challenges have to do with me? But how these abstractions impact on your life, primarily through funding, of course. The only way for non-researchers to steer research is through funding. And this is how it all happens. So many of the major reforms in science over the last 30 years have come via funding. Funding introduces the reform, whether it has to do with funding or not, and funding leads to the dissemination of the report. This whole meeting is about the impact of funding on how open science regulations have become a mandate. How funders, how we implement that regulation is primarily through funding. And most of your presentations today that I have listened to usually begin by talking about how is it you make open science necessary, and that is usually by referring to how you tie it to funding. So that's why funding is so important. Initially, this kind of approach impacted mainly researchers and research groups, but what I want to talk about will be how it is changing institutions and how the focus is now coming to institutions. Of course, member states initiate and accelerate impacts of changes and of multi-level governance by signing those agreements in Brussels, either under the sort of threat of not getting funding, or because they want to show that they're compliant, and also because the European Union has got a nice way in which to get most of its initiatives passed through national member states. And that is by using the concept of variable geometry, which is by saying, we make this agreement, we know we all want to progress to here, and somebody would say, well, I can't afford that, my system is too far behind for that. And they say, but that's okay, you can catch up when you're ready. And by the time you go back home, sign the agreement and everything starts, you realize that you have to be ready before you catch up. And this is how it works. It's a bit like the frog in the water. So we have a system of research excellence, which has been the dominant trend in funding, I would say, since the ERC, but way before the ERC, the framework program introduced or rolled out networks of excellence. There are national funding instruments that focus on creating centers of excellence, etc. But the introduction of excellence funding, I think, now has become more or less institutionalized. And excellence has usually been seen, it's not new for science. We've always had excellence as a descriptor, but it was usually an ex post descriptor. Weber became excellent long after he died. Most people say you are excellent after you've done the work. The game-changing issue when the ERC came into the picture was that excellence changed from ex post to ex ante. So you had to now, you were being assessed for being excellent, and a number of indicators had to be rolled out to describe your excellence. And you can't apply for the money unless you meet those indicators. So we in research policy made a joke about excellence, and we say that, you know, you're only as excellent as your last 10 years of performance, because that's what the ERC takes into consideration on your CV. So you might have won a Nobel Prize in 1985, but if you didn't do anything after that, you're not excellent according to the ERC. So I think this is a good example of the game change between the ex post and the ex ante use of excellence. But of course, this does not mean that the ERC's way of defining excellence is the final word. There is still a lot of contestation within research policy, within the institutions, within the political context about how this particular ex ante approach is being leveraged. But for the time being, this is what we have. And not only this is what we have, but it is being progressed beyond individual excellence to discuss institutional excellence. And I think that the biggest issue here now is how do we describe institutions in terms of whether they're excellent or not. Previously, we thought that excellence was, when we applied it to individuals, we thought that there had to be room for field specificity. So I'm a literature scholar, you are a physics scholar. What is excellent in my field, or how we describe excellence is different from how it's described in other fields. The game-changing issue here is that when we roll out a funding instrument, we have to come up with indicators of excellence that are generalized. So field specificity goes out of the window, and we operate with a broad template of indicators that leave field specificity to the side. Publication practices, mobility, mentorship profiles, how much you're taking care of younger scholars, funding ID, and research ethics are basically the parts of the portfolio of the indicators of ex ante individual excellence. So when you apply for the money, they're going to look at these and say, okay, is this person interested? Is this person in the right place? This is before we even read the proposal. Because the first generation of project funding, funders talked about funding projects, not people. But we are gradually moving back to funding people first, and projects being part of the issue. So research organization excellence, what is that? Basically, we are now trying to roll out these indicators, and what they mean so far, we expect transparent recruitment and selection routines, which means that whenever a job is available in your institution, it has to be advertised, preferably internationally, preferably open into the English language. A significant percentage of your faculty have to be trained elsewhere. Gender equality and diversity in your research teams and in leadership. And of course, structured career paths for young scholars. People from the humanities will know that we never really understood the concept of tenure. We had an apprenticeship system, and then when you got good enough and your professor died or retired, you got a job. But that's not good enough anymore. Now everybody is inserted into this structured career path, and what is interesting about structured career paths is that they are not the responsibility in the first hand of the research group, but they're the responsibility of the institution, of the university or the research institute. So when we want to decide if your institution is excellent or not, what are we looking for? Apart from how you recruit, how you take care of your staff, we also want to know that your staff have demonstrated ability to attract project funding, EU, national, etc. You need to have infrastructure to support open research practices, infrastructure and protocols to support research integrity, and measures for improving the quality of research management and leadership within the institution, not just on the highest levels, but cascading down to the research group level. Increasingly, it is expected as well that these requirements are not just on researchers, but also on a group of people who have previously been sheltered from the vicissitudes of multi-level governments, and that is technical and administrative staff. So I do not know how many of you have pay attention to the European Union programs, but Erasmus, for instance, has been opened up to include admin staff. And staff in admin and support staff are being encouraged to insert mobility periods in their careers in order to disseminate practices about research excellence on the institutional level. Master's and PhD programs are supposed to include some element of internationalization. This is a bit of a struggle because, as you know, many European member states have a system of free education. We don't usually accept paying students. There is some slight shift in that. Sweden, for instance, has got paying students from outside the EU and EFTA. But normally we do not have a commodified approach to education within EU member states. So internationalization of the programs must imply on the first level much more use of Erasmus programs to import students to do internships, etc., from other countries, and then generally opening up to see if there could be some partial commodification of your programs. But the idea is that quality is now supposed to be indicated by having classrooms with mixed groups, not only male, female, and all the other genders in between, but also national nation states. So you need a group of diverse students. Teaching programs, of course, they should be Bologna compliant, and routines for quality assurance should be built into teaching programs. And this, of course, is a nod to a practice that is usually incorporated in professional educations like business, economics, etc. They have these accreditation programs, but language education and other parts of the academic universe do not practice accreditation as part of quality assurance. Quality assurance is done by faculty updating the literature list, the course plans, etc. Now there will be a rollout of some kind of understanding of how the Bologna goals are supposed to be incorporated in all programs, and institutions will have to show how they are quality assuring their educations in order to make them up to date and excellent. Okay, what does all this mean? Well, the EU, for instance, has demonstrated its commitment to institutional excellence by rolling out a couple of instruments. I do not know how many of you are paying attention to this, but there is this whole wider program in Horizon, which is dedicated towards modernization of research institutions that are not yet excellent. There is the ERA chair instrument, which I believe is a little bit of a joke, because you're supposed to use this instrument in order to promote transparent recruitment, etc. But in order to get the money to do this, you have to then pick a scholar from somewhere who is going to come and be your ERA chair. So this scholar is going to promote the practice that they haven't themselves been part of, because they have to be on board in order to be part of the application. But that is a matter of discussion. The bulk of the resources for sustaining this modernization effort has to be national, because the European Union doesn't have that kind of money. So what does this mean if you're a small country? For me, I come from a small country, Sweden, and this is a struggle for us. I guess it will be a bigger struggle for countries in the wider category who are dealing with lots of other modernization issues. So it means that hard decisions have to be made by institutions, and the practice of everybody moving, all the boats rising at the same time, may have to be retreated from in order to be able to manage some boats rising at some point. So while these global priorities and the institutional practices that help us to implement them are pushing us in one particular direction, at the same time, the cost of being able to implement these priorities are increasing, and the pace at which they're being implemented are increasing. So this means that at some point, national governments who have recently been using global priorities as an excuse for not setting their own national priorities will have to return to priority setting on the national level. And the effort to support priority setting on the national level is quite big because there aren't like a huge team of research policy scholars with information that they can help their governments to benchmark and deal with priority setting. So this, I believe, is the next stage. How do we decide how to prioritize the move forward in order to make sure that we can at least at some level be compliant? Because let's be pragmatic, that money out there is what our politicians want to get returned back to them. So they want to have access to the European Union funding. At the same time, they cannot, in order to make money, you have to have money. And if you have very little money, then you have to be, as my mother always says, poor people have to be smart because it's very costly to be poor. So on that note, I will leave you, and I thought we can discuss in the panel some of the implications and thoughts you have on this. Thank you.
So thank you. And now it's time to invite our four distinguished panelists for the final part of today's first day of PubMet. We are very fortunate to have with us Mikael Lasso from Tampere University, Mele, is already introduced, Sasha Zorekina from Rijeka, and Ignacio Labostida from Barcelona. So please join me here. Take a seat. So to begin, I would like to invite all of you to briefly introduce yourselves, focusing mostly on your recent activities. You all have very rich biographies, but for this audience, focus on your activities that are in line with the PubMed topic and the topic of our reforming research assessment. So the microphone. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Sasha Zorik from Rijeka. Have much less experience in approaching the research point of view, research assessment and open science, but have had occasion in various roles the state and institutional administration or management to steer and manage the processes which get us one of forcing trying to improve the adoption of science and to reform things.
Okay, so Ignacio Labostida from the University of Barcelona, and now in this panel with my hat of I am the reference delegate for open science since 2021. And I am part of the task force of the university in what we call the co-admin. So there is a team, now finally led by the vice rector of quality, with different vice rectors, vice rector of research, vice rector of PhD studies, and also very important, the vice rector of personnel. So the one who really hires the researchers. So there's a variety of skills there in that group, and yeah, probably my role there is try to embed open science in this process of research assignment.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I already got a good introduction here. So my name is Mikael Laakso. I come from Tampere University in Finland, where I work as an associate professor in information studies related to open science and scholarly communication. I would say like my kind of full-time hat is related to being a researcher, where I of course get subjected to research evaluation when I apply for this position I'm now in, or whenever I apply for grants, be them national or international. But also, of course, I've been part of, for example, Quara cascade funding panels, and as a chair the last round, evaluating different types of research evaluation reform. And I'm also have been in Finland on a macro level involved in, for example, classifying these, or we have a national classification scheme for research publications. So also on how bibliometrics in a kind of an overview, a bird's eye view, can influence funding decisions and the funding model for universities in Finland, for example. So I have kind of a mixed feelings and a mixed background on all of this. So we'll wait for some specific questions to see what's most relevant.
Well, I think you've already heard what I do, so I think it's best to get to the questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Our audience here, I'm sure it's well aware of the international initiatives like DORA, COARA, the European Union Competency Framework, and so on. Some of those were mentioned and discussed here today. So my question here is, the first one that I wanted to ask is how do these international initiatives relate and coexist with national legislative? But after hearing all some of the speakers today, I would like for you to add another perspective, and that's the institutional one. Because we heard from different lecturers that you can't have a policy, but if there's no institutional regime, it won't be implemented. And vice versa. If a university wants to do something and there is no policy, it will just be on a piece of paper. So from your perspective, from your experiences in your institution, in your countries, how was it done? And to what extent was the research assessment reform?
Okay, that's a big question, but yeah, the first one about the national and international, I think I have a privileged situation in Finland that I think we are very progressive when it comes to rewarding open science and the whole European Union agenda to promote and make open science work worth it, also in evaluation purposes. So I think that is something that is just up for people to start to activate, because I think it is currently possible in tenure and promotion decisions, as well as in grant applications, to really highlight and get rewarded for your actions when it comes to, for example, promoting open science practices in your own work. Of course, it's not mandatory, so that's why maybe it's not the default option for many, but I would say to that want to do it, there are incentives to do it. And also the flow between the international to the national and the institutional is also, I think, in Finland, it's not the problem. I think we have a very strong national policy that is also adopted by our institutions. So it's more a matter of just making researchers change. And I think there's very often a dissonance between these, so that people would be conflicted outside of maybe university rankings, which are not really in line with many of these more progressive open science practices, because they look at other things. But that's kind of my main observation. I have nothing to complain about when it comes to this from my perspective.
In our case, I must say that we have a very centralized system at national level for assessment. We have kind of accreditation. So Spain, when some institutions were really willing to join some of these international efforts, a lot of people was reluctant to say, well, we cannot change at the institutional level unless there is a real change at the national level. Of course, we could do and we did small changes where we have the power to make the change. But since we have this national accreditation, we cannot really make a huge change. And of course, we cannot go in the opposite direction. So for us, what was really important was this national agency that its main karma was saying, well, if it has worked for 30 years, why should we change? The good news were that the director of the agency left, or well, maybe the government invited her to leave, and we had to change. And we had we have now a person that was really open, and I think it's very interesting to hear what she says. She says, it's not that we have to make the change, we have to be into the discussion about the change. So we will decide at the end how the change will see. It's not because, of course, when we talk about this reform, we say, okay, get rid of impact factor, get rid a lot of things that sometimes are misinterpreted by researchers. So she says, if there is this discussion, we have to be there. And we as institutions, we have to be aligned to this movement at the national level. So that's the situation where we are now. So it's not that we have really made a huge reform, but at least we are discussing. And at the institutional level, I think our main challenge nowadays is to engage the researchers into the discussion, that they also see as part of the discussion, that it's not something just going top down, but they have something to say.
Well, similar to Madeline, coming wage and the concept, based on profoundly mature, so which is often very very just look what's happening offline and look at this tendency. On the other hand, again, very sharp and similar to Spain, it also quite centralized system, the criteria set on the national level. But we have made a strategic decision at the institutional level that we cannot always wait for the national level. That some things can be done regardless of the national level. And that, similar to what you were saying, it's very important to get this decision made, to be able to influence the decisions, to be able to participate in the processing of decisions. Again, that even if it's not ideal, but again, then you can learn a lot from the colleagues in Finland. We have a university in Eastern Finland with us in PUBMET here. That we can learn from the colleagues in the Netherlands or elsewhere, and that again, a lot of things can be done at the institutional level. So you can get involved in Quora, you can have a Quora post project, you can be evaluator of the other Quora post projects, and therefore again learn a lot from this experience. In UFED, well, Jeroen, which is a very active network in Brussels, has its representatives in several of the information bodies, and again, you can have leveraging promoting certain things. So again, some of the things that we are involved in because they were important for us and for our micro environment, you then find also in these research notebook and other kind of documents, because again, evidence-based proof that they're important also for others that they're looking at. So again, a lot can be done regardless of the national, not always like this information.
Okay, I think it's a bit different for Sweden because our system is very different from the rest of the European member states. We have only universities as the main knowledge producing institutions. And the government, they're part of the government, but they are somehow autonomous. And the other thing is that we have a history of being extremely smart as people. So basically, the Swedish approach is that we sign these things, but we are always ahead of everybody else. And with respect to Quora, for instance, our standard response to that is that our research assessment practices, particularly at institutional level, have never really been focused on impact factor or the metrics. We always have qualitative review of people's publications when they apply for a job. This, of course, has meant that it takes, when you apply for a job, it takes about a year before you can be fully assessed because, yeah, if 30 people apply for the job, they basically crap out a lot, you know what I mean? Because all of them have to sign at least 10 publications and each has to be read and assessed and evaluated. And there is, however, one particular aspect of the Quora thing that I have been looking at that I am not so happy with. And that is that I think that Quora does not really give enough weight to the fact that there is a lot of field, a lot of disciplinary practices that determine research assessment. So while the institution might be deciding on what you need to do to get a job, then you're going to be evaluated by your field, which is the people you're going to work with for this job, right? So if you take economics, for instance, which is a good example, economists only, their evaluation practices are very simplified. They look at to what extent this project or this person has published in these 5 journals. That's it. Quora, no Quora, this is it. And this is a global understanding. Everywhere you go as an economist, you're going to be publishing there, and if you haven't published there, then you're going to go to one of the prefix health, economics, environment, but you're not going to be doing real economics if you're not going to be publishing in those journals. So it doesn't really matter what the institution says because the field practice is what it is. And I would expect that there are lots of other fields who have different kinds of, and I believe that's next level of focus that Quora has to adjust to because institutions don't really have as much control over research assessment as the actual field in which the researcher is applying to operate. That this is where the discipline happens.
If I may add, we already have that institutional. So for instance, each faculty, when they do some kind of assessment, they are free to use, I mean, economics, they are free to find that. So instead of using what others do, for instance, factors, quartiles, whatever, in this case, we do. And our really challenge, for instance, to put economics, but fine arts is much more complicated. And in our framework of research assessment institutionally, we have a specific part of fine arts because we cannot really judge them the same. Also, we force them sometimes to publish articles or to do things that they are not used to.
So none of us wants to throw everything to the garbage and start from scratch. So the idea is to balance some of the traditional ways of measuring with other and new perspectives to measure all the contributions, not just papers and so on. So how would you, how could we achieve this balance? Because change is more necessary in some countries, or less in some others. So,
Yeah, those are big questions, but I think one would need to think like why one is evaluating in the first place, because as mentioned, we can't do a full qualitative, exhaustive evaluation of everyone every time. That's not the point. I think one needs to be selective when one really needs to go into the depths of looking at multiple articles per candidate and rank them, have it be fair and transparent. So I think I don't have the solution here, but it can't be that. It can't be that we omit all other type of indicators and information that could inform decision making on, for example, hiring or promotion or granting funding or something else, that we just look at the narrative CVs and absolve all other information that could be used for it. But I think it requires, that's maybe where my ingredient would come in, that the evaluators would be at least be educated and aware of other ways to impact than maybe traditional 5 journals that have been the means of doing it in many disciplines. That, you know, to be a bit more open-minded. I know that's a hard thing to ask for in academia, but when it comes to evaluation, but I think, you know, it needs to start somewhere, and I think that would be the place to. If someone wants things to change, there needs to be people in place who are also kind of have their eyes open to see some type of change or other types of research careers being viable, rather than just hammering in those articles as fast as possible into those 5 journals, and that's the end.
Yeah, I fully agree. The problem is how to train the evaluators on this new, because at the end, the evaluators are researchers themselves. And what we are seeing now in some of the processes going on since last year is that, yeah, they've been told not to use the traditional metrics, but at the end, they tell you, well, but we have looked at it. And we have, so it's very difficult to change. And one of the concerns, at least in Spain, is that people is really afraid of going back to these narratives and to this, to fall in what we call the subjectivity. And well, we are from the south, we know what we do, and everybody thinks that if we use these new ways of assess, there will be a lot of cheats. People will cheat. And let's say that they already do it now with the traditional metrics, of course, but this is something that we need to also make this cultural shift, to show the people that this new way or this alternative way of doing evaluation can also be sure and solid, and not just go back to where we, in the past, we were more doing this subjective. So it's something that unless we convince the researchers on that, there are a lot of reluctance to change, because they say, well, they will cheat.
Well, what we kept repeating first institutionally and then again this focus of ours, this even got into some of the European Commission documents, is that we want an evolution, not a revolution. Because again, a revolution generally, yeah, more problem than solutions. That's one. Second, I firmly believe that again we have a huge responsibility in terms of accountability. One, to our citizens, taxpayers, the finance all that we do. And so there is a huge social responsibility and a huge impact that we should give to society, which cannot be measured by those the share amount of paper that we produce. And his message has to be again repeated again, especially to learning researchers. And this is the point where we have tried to focus our activities to try to talk a lot to all the researchers, but especially the career ones, asking them, do you really want 70 or 80 hours per day per week? Do you really want their mental problems on one hand? On the other, making them aware that they do a lot of other useful things, which again are not the narrow definition of research. So they conduct projects, they administer things, they supervisors, they write laws, they perform medical exams or procedures in the hospital with the patients. They collaborate with industry or with the non-governmental sector and so on and so on. So these things should also come. So again, it's not that we want to say excellence will be, if today excellence means produce 5 papers in the top 5 journals, it's not that we want to say tomorrow this could be 10 papers in the same journals. We want to say broaden this spectrum of activities that we want to make count, because again, they make a huge social impact with this, which has to be recognized. And you are doing it anyway, so why? And somebody is doing it a lot more than the others, so why cannot we recognize and incentivize those people that really do this?
I'm all for this. But what I see as an old person in the system is a situation where we have research assessment occurring, as you pointed out, at several different phases and points in your career. So you have a research assessment that will happen when you apply for the grant. The Quora focus is mainly on when you apply for the job. But what we have, even in our situation in Sweden, where we have this extremely qualitative evaluation, you never really, there are very few times, and people will be very shocked when they hear this, that we actually interview the candidate. So we only read the person's product and look at their CV. We never call them and meet the person, which is a very strange thing, but that is, it's something to do with the whole business about that we hire in the same way that you do with the rest of the civil service. So you never meet the person, and sometimes a person looks one way on paper, but then there is the person behind the paper. And while the paper is what you want, the person behind the paper may not fit what you want in the institution. And if I were to be blunt, I would say many of our problems don't happen with the research assessment process, but with the outcome that the person on the paper don't fit with the institution. The paper might fit with the institution, but the individual can't function in the institution. And you think you have problems in the South? We also have the same kinds of problems in the North. So don't think it's a culture change that you need. It's some sort of a thing operating on the genetic level that we need. So there are these. The biggest issues we have in the complaints about the research assessment process is the match between the hired person and the institution. That all the expectations we have of them, they might be able to do it because of the paper, but because of the cultural situation, they're not able to do that. And I hope that opening up by looking at how people perform in settings outside of the paper, we might be able to control more for that. But I think in order to change that, we have to somehow focus on other aspects of the research assessment exercise, apart from simply outputs, but like people's reputations and so on. And the other challenge we have is how do you weight? We can say it should include this, that. But what we do not have is a weighting. So we can say, yeah, you're right, everything you've done and you're great, but how do we rate that vis-a-vis your publication profile or your funding ID, etc.? There are many people who could get a lot of money, but they can't supervise a student. So how do you kind of, we have a lot, the problem is not in getting the right indicators, the problem is in what happens between the indicators.
And I think this morning Yolanda mentioned the multi-dimension of the research. So I think what you were saying about the count, how many things we count, I think we have to start by thinking, what is the research? Or what we expect from this person that we are going to have? Which are the different dimensions? And then, of course, we have to wait there. Because we also have this discussion now when we are changing our internal people say assessment. For me, it's more like we are counting what you do. The problem is that the exchange money for that are hours of teaching. So a lot of people want to show that they do a lot of things to skip teaching, what is also another big problem. But now they want to count for everything. Things that, well, this is your duty. So it's not that it will count for a change. So it's also a problem to granularize everything, because even if you are in a, how do you call it, it's like when you judge a thesis, a master thesis or whatever, then this also has to come, but this is not your duty. So I think we have to start thinking, what is an academic and what is your obligations, duties or whatever, because if not, we start counting things, over counting. Sometimes I say that if you are supervisor for a PhD, you get a lot of things that overlaps. So you get discount because you are a supervisor, you get discount because the thesis is published in the repository, you get discount, well, stop. It's one thing. You cannot multiply these activities.
Yeah, but once you start counting, the problem with counting is that once you start counting, you have to find more and more things to count.
Yeah, of course.
And then it becomes a question of, have I exhausted the number of things? What have I left out? And then everybody responds, because researchers belong to a few groups of people who behave rational. So if you say, I will count cheese, we will all produce cheese.
Yeah.
And then somebody will say, well, we also, as a byproduct of the cheese, there's rennet as well. And then all of a sudden we have to count rennet. And then we are counting a whole bunch of things associated with cheese production. But what we really want to do is something completely different. So this is the dilemma of the counting.
I think it's actually what yeah, but what do we want? Yeah, societal impact. We want to make the living of us, our children, our societies better, because we produce something useful in science. At the end of the day, both. And we are, again, we are asked to produce papers. We're producing increasing amounts of paper. Thus, and what's the point? What's the point? Yeah, so again, this visual competence framework gives you 70 pillars with 38 competences. Each of them has a description of the basic, of fundamental, intermediate experience, and excellent level. But nobody expects anyone, there is no Superman that can satisfy all 38. And then you get a problem, because again, somebody is good in this, somebody is that. How do you compare it? It's a comparative thing. What do you need for this particular job? Maybe you need more supervision, less project management, or whatever. And you should probably have, because again, otherwise, today, increasing number of companies does recruitment through AI. Do we want business science? Not sure. I hope.
Because again, hope that we won't be judged by, again, our irises or how straight our teeth are or that the important is the things. I hope, again, yeah, hope enough.
So we are talking about the changes at the personal level and making everything more personal. On the other hand, we have heard things like research culture change, but those are actually not two things. If I may say, it's a single thing, because the culture will change when enough individuals are ready to make a change. So, from your efforts, from you who have pushed for this change, which argument did you find most successful in to make people change, to make them embrace these new ideas, let's say shifting from counting to quality? How do these arguments differ when you're talking to a young researcher, older researcher, more experienced researcher, management, and what would you advise us to use when we are trying to make the argument for change?
I think Mary already mentioned that the researchers adapt to any system. So if they have to be accredited, assessed, promoted, and you make the change, not a future revolution, but you begin to make a change, they will adapt because there is an incentive there. So,
but then you have to first make the management do the change.
yeah,
So how
you have to
can
build, you have to build that.
persuade them?
So for instance, now with the Spain, this national agency has made changes. One of the changes, you should put everything in the repository. Our repository was there, almost for 20 years. And now I see deans of my faculties discovering the repository. Why? Because they have to meet. And they send you everything. They don't care about copyright, they don't care about anything. Because they heard that it can be placed there and then it comes. So of course, now we have to build some awareness about other things, but at the end they adapt. So if there is a clear motivation, they do it. If you explain that open access is very nice, that open science is very nice, but there is not the motivation there, they don't do it. That's why the repositories are not full of papers. Because even it's easy, the library will help you. If there is really no mandate, no an obligation, an incentive, they don't.
Aimed at me, so maybe I'll say something. You mentioned incentive, but I feel that's maybe more of a stick than a carrot. Still, I think it's a mandate. Of course, but one can like look at it from different perspectives. But I would say from my talks with both junior and senior academics is maybe that there needs to be like a feedback loop. Most don't want to do extra effort for nothing. Like even if it comes to self-archiving or uploading data or doing anything more than what's needed, they kind of want to see that it fulfills some use, that it's not just an admin exercise in uploading it to the web just in case, or adding in metadata in all of these fields just in case. They would like to see that it actually influences use and accesses and maybe opens up new possibilities for them to either publish or collaborate. And of course, that's hard to argue if you have an elevator's ride to describe someone in 1 minute why they should embrace open data or something else that can't really be done. But I think in many of these cases, like if it's kind of a mandate, then of course they're forced to do it. But if you want to really nurture this kind of intrinsic motivation to actually do your best from the start for openness, I think you need to motivate researchers that it actually serves them if they can do it. that they are opening up more interfaces to their research that others can benefit from and they will benefit from. But kind of in a more longer term, it's not just about publication, but maybe a couple of years, someone will get in touch with you to collaborate or have what has used for whatever you provided openly on the web. So it's complicated, but I would need to see some kind of metrics or feedback loop at the most minimum going back to researchers to see that it actually makes a difference, to put the copies in a repository or something else.
And just so I also think that we need to review after looking at the consequences of the policies. Because sometimes we put this new metric, new ways of assessing, etc. And of course, the researchers will adapt, but maybe they will adapt not in the direction we want it. And the example, for instance, are the data management plans. I mean, it was a good idea, but I think the result is not what we wanted. So unless we make a change, well, anybody can make a data management plan, everything, it's fine. So I think it's important that the one who put the policy, made the change, also establish a way to analyze the effects, the wanted and the non-wanted, to, well, we have to be true that the change, it doesn't succeed in the first time. So we need to revise all these changes. And unless we do that, we will lose. We can just have to be careful. Yeah, of course. Yes. No, but not only, I mean, there is a huge number of social scientists who do qualitative science. Why don't we use that knowledge to apply to science itself?
And they're probably one of the 5 Bibles.
No, again, what has been said, so you need, again, both some kind of incentive and reward. We need training programs to make people aware how to do it, because again, most of us have been taught they have to work with science people or work really but again, the hard thing learning by doing. So again, it's a big overreaching. Most of us never been taught how to think, and we are professors. So it's a huge list of resources. Again, we should really try to do things systematically. Again, probably again, our experience with the literary researchers is it's a bit easier because again, they're more receptive and they are aware at the end of the shortcomings of the practices. Again, this can be through scientific method, so that it gives rise to huge problems. They don't want to be part of it. Again, most of us have decided to become scientists because of some kind of interesting motivation. So we have to remind also the older ones why they started, why they wanted to become doctors, probably to help the patients and for some very noble causes. Probably most of us again also became researchers also for very noble cases. So we have for time to remind ourselves why.
Well, I have many more questions here, but now I would like to invite the audience if you have any questions that you would like to ask our panelists. And of course, yes, thank you. Very interesting thoughts, but I was contemplating about my colleagues. So with that, I'm just an editor, as I always say. So I'm not a researcher, so I'm in quite a different position. But when I talk to them, they are usually frustrated because things seem to change, for them, very, very quickly, it's not that quickly, it's, we are talking about at least 5 to 10 year period when we are changing our research and assessment criteria. And the boards who are in charge of that have a different set of measures, who is successful enough to advance in their career. And so there is this balance. We have 2 professors with 9 published papers, and the other ones who need to publish at least, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them. We have this proportion between different fields. In humanities and social sciences, there are some measures. In STEM field, especially in biomedical field, that is quite different. So we have people teaching in the same faculty, different subjects, and have different set of measures. And for older generation, I would say, because my parents were university professors, this was like, it was something like get used to it and just do it. But younger generations tend to be, more aware of the things that there is a disbalance. And I guess there is a big disbalance between your comparing countries as well. So in your opinion, what could be a good way out of creating new disbalances between not only countries, but I would say scientific fields? That's where I see the greatest disbalance. And when we were talking about the journals, also the criteria were different for journals for coming to different fields. So in some fields, it was more promoted to publish a lot of material, a lot of pages. It was more about quantity than about quality. And in other fields, the measures were quite different. The criteria was quite different. And I think we can say, Lea can confirm also, we can see this balance in our new research assessment criteria, which are now being developed by our board. So we will see this it was only a first draft, which was introduced to us, but it was still creating a lot of thought. So thank you. Reflect on that, thanks.
Well, I think that in Scandinavia, we are always obsessed with transparency and comparability. At the same time, we want to be inclusive. So how we have worked around this problem, and I know this is how it's done in Norway, and this is how it's done in Sweden, but you can confirm how Finland, and this is how it's also done in Denmark. What we have done to get over this difference in field publication practices is that we have defined some of us more nationally than others. Norway has got a national requirement. So when you are asked to assess somebody's qualifications for promotion to professor, there is a national sort of regulation and set of assessment criteria. But in all these countries, what they have done is to say that in order to become professor in whatever, you have to have a review, and you need to submit at least X number of articles or books or whatever. And this means that if you become professor, everybody knows that you have produced at least this many publications. You cannot get to the post without having met this minimum level of hygiene. Of course, it doesn't say that now that you have 10, you will be professor, because there are lots of other things that count too. But this is the way we get over that. But we are still struggling with this this discrepancy between what it takes to be professor here and what it takes to be professor there, even in the same field across different institutions. Because as long as it's at some level competitive, it is basically the best candidate at the time of application. And that, yeah.
Yeah, I can just confirm that it's similar in Finland, but we don't quantify, like, there is a national, like, big matrix of different criteria for different levels, but basically on the professor level, it says that you should be a leading researcher in your field, and you should have a lead a research group, and you should, you know, be in charge of designing your own teaching, and then it's up for the peer reviewers to see, do you fulfill this, the other, like, professors that are assigned to assess you from your discipline. Are you this or are you not? It's not about gaining page numbers or publication numbers. It is still a, well, subjective, yes, but still human-based evaluation of see, do you fit? So I think I haven't seen this as such a big problem that it would be unfair between disciplines in Finland, because they are kind of left up to their own devices. You know, people from the arts evaluate people within the arts. And of course, they have different criteria from those doing electrical engineering, but of course, the work is also very different. And I think that internal competition still takes care of it so that no one has it too easy or too hard in their own leagues. So to say that if it's dangerous to start to quantify across or even within disciplines, because that can create crazy patterns and evaluations, but I think it should be people who are within the discipline who are evaluating their own expertise and not politically the government or anyone else stepping in to setting thresholds.
Yeah, even with new ways of evaluation, also there are frictions. People say that it's unfair. For instance, people doing basic research complain about how we measure the social impact. Or, for instance, we also introduced the gender perspective. If I do computer, my research, or if I do some kind of physics with particles, what is the gender perspective there in the research? So we also are trying to build into the different disciplines these new ideas to adapt to those disciplines, to also adopt these values, but in a different way than if you do medical studies or you do social studies, where it's easy to explain. So it's important to make this definition.
Yeah, well, I mean, disciplines are specific, so you have differences, and also within disciplines. I mean, you cannot really, clinical medicine is hugely different as is theoretical or experimental field. So you have to trust the peers, and again, with all the drawbacks and the problems that the peer system has, it's like democracy, you know, has huge problems, but in 2000 years we didn't invent that. So yes, let's see.
So the very similar points that more services. So I have been listening to research assessment presentations and panels for many years, for the last 10 years. And as a note, I hope you don't take offense, no one takes offense here. I think in academic environments where it's much more common to raise questions there and so. And this is also a place for how to reform research assessment. This is something that should offer a kind of reflection, I think, please don't take any of this. I've been evaluating projects by myself for the European Union, for some national funders as well. I think we are all living now, and maybe we don't realize a sort of, it's not a sort, it is a Humboldtian model for universities, where a lot has been pushed into universities. Now it's such a big conglomerate, a university that is doing basically everything in society and what society expects on the front of progress. And when we speak about research assessment, I think this is why we are still in a sort of the same loop, because we didn't finish to reform research assessment at a project. And now we want to create a research assessment at for an individual and then for an institution, at every single detail what is pushed from society into universities. And universities are bearing a weight which is, in my opinion, heavier than they can carry. So maybe it's time to rethink and fine tune how we assess, research, pre our work, post our work, and project. And start from there. It's an approach that companies, I don't want to say it's the right approach, but it's just a point of reflection.
Public activity is part of the research team. You start thinking how you evaluate projects, you evaluate basically also the researchers that are part of the projects. And you do evaluate implicitly also institutions because they be on top of the projects and have more or less money. So it's interconnected and in my opinion, has to be observed holistically. Cannot really isolate one part of the process and say, okay, but as it was said before, you do have to have a feedback loop. You do have to have, periodical revisions of what we're doing, however, which we did not have. I mean, but it is factor. Again, because again, the internet and a few companies started down to take some storage, basically. Their databases, the rest of the nobody thought of the consequences of it, and that's why they have a problem.
On one that I agree with you that there is a certain level of institutional overload of universities. If you look at every time a new task comes in society, it goes to the university. If it belongs to the public sector. Because the university is the last place that the politicians can still run or think they can run, because the military has been downsized tremendously since the wall came down. So basically, if there's a fire, we have to out it. If there are too many migrants, we have to train them, etc. And that is in itself problematic. But I think what makes things more problematic is our rational approach, which is that we always do what we are told. If we did some civil disobedience on some of the more ridiculous things that we are asked to do, I think the system would have to reset. At the same time, if you look at the European situation, we have a lot of universities that have been developed over the last, we've got a lot of new universities over the last 30 years. But those were motivated on the understanding that there would be mission differentiation, because we understood that there was an overload, so we wanted new institutions so that they could perform different mission or different parts of the mission. That differentiation of mission, at least in the country I come from, has become a unification of mission. So the new institutions have simply then lobbied to get the same mission as the old institutions, so that we can all be the same, because as long as we die equally, we are happy. We don't want to be different and live. So there is a problem here that is somehow endemic to the whole governance structure, and I have tried to expose or talk about this problem, but neither institutional leaders nor politicians want to address this particular issue, because I think we could come a long way if we say these institutions they are supposed to deliver this. These institutions are supposed to deliver that. And we are not interested in promoting you to do that or demoting you to do the other thing. Either you put up or shut up. But I haven't seen that kind of approach in politics in Europe, anywhere. But that's what we would need, because right now we don't even have the funding to support all these institutions doing what we want them to do according to all these assessments. There's no way we can afford that. But that's where we are. I think that's how we are running this.
No, but what happened in parallel was a huge massification of the higher education. Now, the number of students has grown, yes, several orders of magnitude. So you will need more.
But that was in '60s, now people are not even having children anymore, so I don't know how we can talk about massive.
Oh, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers, how many students we have today, how many, well, the level of knowledge that we need for a productive economy has dropped so much that we need more years of studying to be able to go productive. So what we could have done with Bush Technical Higher School, we have very good technical drawer, it's not simply not enough. They will be that university degree to be teaching. And then again, well, in Croatia has grown tenfold at least in the last 20 to 30 years. On one hand, on the other hand, again, so we are also by education institutions and we educate also researchers among others. But again, if you look at the number of PhD students grows also exponentially. So you need also to consider that only less than half of that will remain. So we have to educate that, but yeah, also for other things, not just again to produce papers. This is all part of the same set of skills. All that apart, we are doing will be right that again, the expectations and what the university should all cover as.
In the university, the library, the one that also takes everything, because it's like the same reproduction, but in the university.
Well, we are almost at the end of our time, but to wrap this up, just one question for each of you, and it's a short one, but maybe a provoking one. So, if you had the power and abilities to choose just one thing, what would be the most urgent reform to do within the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years? What would you choose? In your own seconds. You can just push the button and change it.
Well, in our case, I think in Spain, what we could make a big change is to give autonomy to the university. So meaning that the university could build somehow to get rid of the central accreditation and that you could build what you need for your institution. So we try to make your profile. Maybe I want someone that is better at teaching and not so good at research. If we could, as universities, be trusted and that we could decide a bit more on the performance.
In our case, I would hope the same also for the creation setting, it would be to open up the system. So we'll need more foreigners, more foreign students, foreign teachers, foreign ways of thinking, foreign levels of foreign thinking. So our system is too small, too close to survive. There's either a change or if you see what's happening in the UK, where the universities laid down hundreds of people in a few months, and now several of them just so on and so forth, in a much economically stable richer environment. I'm afraid that the way in which we are things doesn't have a right to reason.
I don't know if this is an answer, but I would like to see better ways to assess the social impact of the research. I think universities and researchers are in a way indebted to society. if we are using partly fund or fully public money to do our research, I think we will need to have better books or whatever sensors around to know how also social science research and other types of non-stable research that might need patents and stuff, but also the software kind of research and long-term impact of that, how that is impacting society. So I would like to allocate some money to developing ways that one could monitor and follow up how different types of research influences society, because I think that will hopefully also influence research evaluation once we know a bit more about what those methods of mechanisms are for doing it.
Well, I think if I confine myself to research assessment, I would say that I'd like to I would like to take something that we have tried to take for a long time everywhere but haven't managed. And that is that I'd like to disconnect teaching and research. So that people could get professorships on the basis of their teaching performance. And that they don't necessarily, because we have a lot of people who are very good teachers who are not equally good researchers. And the requirement that you have to be good at both in order to become professor has created a lot of bad feeling and discontent within academia traditionally. If we could somehow find a way to disconnect these two so that we can make these careers function as equal but separate within the academy, that would, I think, be a huge difference. And also if we could make room for a career track for people who are working with infrastructures. Because right now, academia only recognizes these two tasks. But research infrastructure and teaching infrastructure is becoming much more important for us to be able to do our jobs. Yet people have to either do this on their spare time or be considered to be part of technical staff if they're doing this. And this is how I would open up the positions and recognize excellence on a particular task rather than being able to do everything.
Yeah, well, sorry, just to comment, maybe looking with your multi-level perspective, I think that what one of our duties could be in the level is to coordinate ourselves much better and speak up and stand up and always would say for science.
Yes.
Because very often, and again, also the economic aspect we're mentioning and so forth is the consequence that we don't articulate good enough politically, if you wish, our standpoints. And therefore, we do our best, but at the end of the day, we get 100 billion in 7 years from the European Union. And then, we walk through. And then they find 800 billion in a few weeks. So again, I believe that we have good arguments that we are socially and in other ways so important that we should get a much higher weight in the political agenda that we have currently.
So thank you for this interesting discussion. And thank you to the audience. I hope that this was the very interesting first day. I would say, since we are all here at this hour, I would say that we succeeded to keep you interested in a way. So now for some technical part. The city tour will start, guided city tour will start here in front of the school at 6 o'clock. And the tour guide will take you, the ones who are coming, will take you to see the city and then leave you somewhere close to the restaurant. And the dinner at the restaurant starts at 8. So for those of you who are not coming to the city tour, we'll see you at 8. And we are. Did I forget something? No.
Just wanted to say, I will be with you. I'm not sure it's I will be with you, I will go to with you to the city tour, so just find people over me. And of course, I want to invite you to, if you would like to take a group photo. Yes, because we want to do one today and the other tomorrow, to see the difference. I will, would like to propose in like 15 to 20 minutes, so you can refresh or drink some water. And please be on the stage and upstairs, so we can line there and take the photo, and then compare tomorrow the results. And then we will start with the city tour at 6 o'clock. See you tomorrow.